Thanks for the sub, Nano. The resub. Also, thanks for the dono, Epic. Enjoy the music, guys. Have a hype train music. Where's my music player? Thanks for the bits, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I can, Thank you, Nano. It's okay, guys. I'll just play the music off my computer once I start the game, or start up here shortly. And just so you're all aware out there, Twitch is doing 10% of 300 bits or more. So if you do at least 300 bits, Twitch will match it by 10%. So heads up, y'all. Also, don't forget to go, like, see both Oneko and Razim. right, y'all. Thank you so much for joining the table today. Of course, once again, oh, there's flying things on my table. Look at that later. Welcome to the table. Hopefully, all drinking plenty of water, taking care of yourselves out there. Yes, we got a level 2 hype train going on. If you're curious what music was supposed to be playing, it was this, which you guys should be able to hear here very shortly. Ooh, that's loud. Too loud. There we go. Here comes the cheese. But thank you so much for your support and love everything today, guys. Hype Train is at level 2. You got about 10 seconds left if you want to join that. Twitch is doing a promotion. We are, of course, joined by both Oneko Taigo and Raw Zim. Let me SO them really quickly. Because, of course, I'm professional and I have all this right on hand. It looks like the hype train is over. Thank you so much once again. And as soon as my hands stop shaking. Let's cut the music before it plays too much. My goodness, you guys. Either way, got an exciting game here for you guys tonight. Hopefully y'all enjoy. Feel free to leave a follow if you haven't, just to catch up on what we just missed. Can you hear me better now, guys? Now that I turned off the music? Thank you so much for the follow, Sarkara, Lobo. Oh, there's Twitch. Nano, thank you for the bits. Twitch. I do things, thank you for the bits. Brian, thank you for the bits. Razim, thank you for the resub. Nano, thank you for the resub. Epic, thank you for the tip. Nano, thank you for the follow. Alex, thank you for the follow. Spirit, thank you for the follow. And that should be everybody from this stream. And I'm boxed. I'm just going to bring us live and unmute everybody for the time being. My goodness. Thank you guys again.
Clarified about the tree part.
Oh, it was something Dev said. Okay.
There we go. We're live,
Hi.
folks.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi, Lightning. Hi, Toshime.
Got harassed through my intro as usual.
Of course.
Why does my description say... I fixed that. It should not say episode 0. Forget you, Twitch. Why do you change my stuffs?
Episode Zerbo.
Should say episode 6.
The title says episode 6.
Yeah, but apparently the description is still saying episode 0, even though I've changed it 4 times now.
Hi, Brian. Hi, I do things.
Alright, let's go ahead. And do you want to hop right into recap? Are we good to hop into recap zone? Or did we want to do introductions first?
I like to do intros first and then recap.
Alright, Last, you're on dock.
Oh no. Hi everybody. I am Carceres, also known as Key. I play Last Lost, a paladin in Recolors of the Lost. And I'm going to toss it to our dear Dr. Volt because they're top in the Discord list for me.
Hi, my name is Oneko Taigo. Twitch.tv/Oneko Taigo. Please like, comment, subscribe. Remember to upvote and raid the Shadow Legends and all of that. Don't actually do most of those things because you can't do most of those on Twitch. Also, I'm not sponsored. Also, I hate gachas. Anyway, I'm playing Dr. Volt. Also, I'm kind of a derp.
Oh.
What? What? Uh-oh.
I don't know, you said you're kind of a derp, so I was like, uh-oh.
Just generally speaking, I'm kind of a derp. Vari, it's your turn.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Vari, and I am playing the mute musician Kitsune Fret. All right, Viv, you're up.
I'm Viv. I play Shoal Brinecoat, Cat Shark Ranger. One of the two idiots here who decided to go without opposable thumbs.
Don't worry, Dr. Volt will invent opposable thumbs.
I don't know why that idea scares me so much. All right, Razim, go ahead.
Sorry. I am Razim, and I am playing Paint, the African wild dog. He is a kineticist entropist.
All right. Hello, I'm your game master and or number one dad. I think I have number one dad up right now. I was going to do GM today,
Yep.
but that's fine. It's number one dad today. And I'm here to kill paint. You can also find me at twitch.tv or slash drunk dragon arrow with underscores in there somewhere, or possibly. I'm sure it's already been shared. But thank you so much for watching. Make sure you guys have water on hand out there.
How dare you declare such murderous intent?
No, that's my joke.
All right, let's get to story time with Darren. Floor is yours, Key.
All right then. Last time was session 5, Backstreet Paint.
Ah,
It's got a laugh track.
Sorry, my maid is watching something in the background.
Oh, okay.
Captain Enthime asks Fragment that they take their rest somewhere that isn't the Capitol building. The Earsign Fellow stands up, giving the group a brief moment to ask any remaining questions before he leaves. Dr. Volt and Fret both leave to conduct research, harboring a deep desire to know more about their current situation. Shoal heads out to take a swim before their scheduled bar fight. And rather than take time to rest, Lost goes home and changes. Collecting some bread from his bakery, he heads out in some casual wear towards the Eclipse Warfront. For those that don't know what the Eclipse Warfront is, helps if I join the table. If I can join a table.
I'm being harassed and nobody can even see me.
Is the table full? No, it's not.
Uh-oh.
It's fine. I blame TTS for being finicky.
It's
Well,
been weird the last
Key
day.
struggles with things. I'm going to struggle with things.
Oh dear.
Nah. Ah.
Yes, while I struggle, Taigo is going to be...
Ah. Why do I still have this with him?
That is entirely your own fault.
Yes, it is. Blah.
Such dramatics.
There, chat. Darren has
Yay.
cheese glasses.
Yeah, the table is full, it looks like.
Why?
Yeah, it's
Hold on.
being. Technically, warheads are just a normal part of war, not the crime part of war.
Try again.
Yeah, I'm trying to connect now.
I adjusted it down to 5 and back up to 6, so it should be good now. Yes, it is. Wow, you're paying.
Also, Taigo, it depends on what the warheads consist of. Some of them are war crimes.
This is true.
Right. Anyway, for those who are not familiar with the setting or city, even though we had a map last session, I highly recommend you watch last session, because this recap won't do it justice. The Eclipse Warfront is the northern district of the city, which resembles a somewhat dark and war-torn cityscape that is connected to the bridge out to nothing. Now then, a broken northern area of the city that is connected to the bridge. I even wrote it in there. I'm a dunce. He finds that there are more guards there than usual. Approaching one, he asks what's happened, offering the guard some bread. Lost is informed that a relatively new arrival from Threshold has become lost somewhere in this district. Ah, how apropos. A sentient quadruped that goes by the name of Paint. Lost promises to inform the guard if he finds the missing arrival, and proceeds through the district to hand out bread to those who will take it. Along the bridge, this new arrival is sniffing about, heading further and further out into the nothing. Paint comes across Erebane sitting on the bridge, hiding from the many people who expect things of him. The ruler of Twilight takes a drink from a bottle as Paint pads up, rather friendly with the great shadow dragon. Paint is permitted to stay by Erebane's side for a time before the dragon asks him a favor. To go back down the bridge and find a smoke-like creature in punk clothing. To trust that individual, who is Erebane's paladin. Slightly confused, the canine quadruped begins to meander back down the bridge. Eventually, Paint begins to smell something that is like metal, but a person. He soon comes across Lost, wandering hesitantly down the bridge. Smelling that Lost has food, Paint tackles the smoke lion, paws on his chest. Surprised, Lost wheezes and laughs a bit, quickly figuring out who it is that's impacted upon him. Giving the canine a bread roll, Lost speaks gently with him. As he does so, Paint sends images, scents, and feelings of their current situation. Everything so overwhelming and strange for the poor pup. Doing his best to be a metaphorical shoulder to lean on, Lost convinces Paint to follow him back into the city. Keep an eye on Paint as the pair wander back through the Eclipse warfront towards the rest of the city. Why do I have a redundant sentence? Anyway.
Because sometimes brain go burr.
Yes. Nope, I already said that. Dr. Volt and Fret spend their time interviewing as many people who help run the Recallers as they can about the Unravelers. Unfortunately, there is little and less known about the entities, only that they don't fit into the current understanding of the multiverse as had by the universities. With that leading to a dead end, Fret suggests they go to the Starlight Observatories so they can look at where they encountered their first Unraveler. Dr. Volt quickly picks up that they might be able to see the Unraveler moving, if they're lucky. Back at the bar, Shoal gets into a bar fight only to be demolished by Betty, who always wins bar fights. Side note, every time I hear the name Betty, I just think of the Caravan Palace song Black Betty.
Bang, bang.
Black family.
Yeah, no, you're not alone.
At the Echo's Kindness Bakery, Lost is following along after an eager Paint as the canine eagerly bounds into the eatery. He knocks over several chairs and a table along the way, but it hardly seems to bother Lost all that much. However, before he can enter his own establishment, Lost is stopped by a runner for the Recallers and handed a letter. When he opens it up, the Paladin becomes confused and concerned, reading that it is an acceptance letter for Paint. Going inside, he calls the happy dog over, playfully asking if Paint is enjoying destroying, big air quotes here, his bakery. The endearing canine lays his head upon Lost's knee, nibbling at the corner of the letter when it is presented to him. It occurs to Lost to ask if Paint has a place to stay, which seems to cause the pup to become briefly somber. At least until he sniffs the air, walking over to the oven. Curious, Lost heads over and is surprised by a fiery little bird raptor popping out of the ashes and shouting "Bodacious!" at him. I didn't do that justice, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
With a little bit of conversing, Lost is able to surmise that this creature is a friend of Paint's. It is also at this point that last Lost introduces himself properly to his new friends and offers for Paint to stay with him. Paint accepts, and after Lost ponders what he can be fed, shows the smoke line some images of fruits, vegetables, and a Zed zebra. With this new info, the vaporous baker goes about making a fresh meat pie for Paint as a treat. Eventually, Lost will need to tell his team about this little adoption. Speaking of team, Dr. Volt and Fret have to fight for the ability to use one of the observatories, making a deal with one of the scientists who is willing to share a space, specifically by telling the attending scientists that they have an unprecedented opportunity to study the Unravelers. When the Doctor gets to fiddle with the observatory's settings, at least by proxy, and tools, he flips through several viewing filters until he gets to one that is black and white. It is only in this setting that Dr. Volt can see the rift that the Unraveler pushed through. He asks the attending scientist what the setting is, and is told that it is for very powerful anomalies and magical influences. Leaning in, the scientist briefly observes through the telescope, then excitedly shouts that their theory has been expounded upon. Extreme magics do exist! And then they rush out of the observatory in their manic eccentricity.
Oh
Thus,
no, I need to interrupt. My brain has just done something that it cannot undo.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You know how Dr. Volt is creating a measurement system and all that?
Yes.
And you know how the
Oh,
word
no.
volt is already taken by a measurement system?
Yeah.
Is the measurement going to be Gerhard's?
No. It's going to be worse. And it's going to be something my chat may have already seen coming.
Save it
What
for
happens when I make up words?
later. Save it for later. Surprise us.
I know what it is.
Surprise us. Thus depriving Dr. Volt and Fret of the one helper who knows how to work the observatory. Though the idea of a magical power beyond gods is certainly of concern for the two recallers. The more he observes the rift in the black and white setting, the more he comes to understand that such magics are not usually wont to stick around. So now, he begins to plan on obtaining further funding for his research into the subject. Meanwhile, Fret makes sure to mark down the coordinates of the rift so its location is effectively pinned for later reference. Considering this, Volt realizes there is no unified navigation system for Twilight, making it a possible avenue for funding. Fret decides to spend 250 scales to obtain a Traveler's Any tool to help with measurements and standardization, and another 200 on some star charts. At some point, Lost brings Paint to his apartment at the Golden Horizon district, the wild dog immediately marking the door and sniffing everything. After getting dragged away from the toilet, Paint produces a scroll and a leather ball, the scroll stating that one throw equals one wish. Confused, Lost takes both and then gently tosses the ball, not quite understanding what he's getting into. Almost without warning, he gets pounced by Paint and brought to the floor, getting puppy hugged. And then Paint rather destructively runs after the ball, quite happily. The little bird raptor thing, which is apparently named Rex, also said something about a contract being sealed, but in terminology that Lost did not understand. The next day, Lost brings Paint to the Recaller head office, into the office of Captain Arnold Untheim. I'm repeating words a lot in these sentences. I must have been tired that day. The building itself is rather busy at the moment, but Lost finds the captain and second in command chatting. The captain sees the pair and motions them inside. Lost does his best to be supportive of Paint, who is shivering a bit from the sheer number of people about. While the captain does briefly chide Lost for being here while on forced leave, he quickly turns his attention to Paint. In spite of Paint's lack of verbal responses, he is able to at least vaguely get across that he wants to stick with Lost. While the captain is okay with this, he requires a sign-off from the rest of Fragment first, and for Lost to fully heal from his essence wound as well. Paperwork is handed over to Lost that Paint needs to sign off on, and the pair are told to leave Unthein's office. On the way out, Paint pleads with Puppy Dog Eyes for Lost to throw his ball, the smoke line failing to resist. When he gets the chance, he pays a messenger to send messages to his teammates, calling them to his bakery. Dr. Volt, Fret, and Shoal are interrupted in their various activities by runners, who provide the letters, even when Shoal is underwater. I mean, don't really need to breathe anymore or worry about that, so, yeah. Dr. Gerhard Volt is the first to arrive, asking his team leader why everyone is being gathered. Paint is nearby, projecting images into Lost Mind of bare fangs and a wagging tail, sending feelings of questioning. Petting over the wary pup, Lost informs that Dr. Volt is a friend. In turn, he tells Volt that Paint is a prospective new companion, which, to no surprise, the Doctor doesn't feel surprised in the slightest, especially given Shoal's existence. When the wild dog's apprehension is set aside, he goes about sniffing at the Doctor, memorizing Volt's strange scent. He then sends an image of a see-through wild dog with disheveled fur and thick goggles for eyes to Lost, and then to Dr. Volt, as how he sees the Doctor. The psychic capabilities fascinate Gerhard, as does the talking dino bird, which is made of water today, which accompanies the wild dog. Fred shows up soon after and scribbles out a greeting, which is reciprocated by the dino bird in strange 90s syntax. Blinking a few times, the kitsune briefly gets to ask, "What?" before Paint approaches eagerly, sniffing at the foxfolk. On confirmation that Fred is a friend, Paint tackles him and begins licking the very concerned kitsune. It takes a moment, but Lost reassures Fred that Paint is friendly. Shoal arrives to see Fred being fawned upon by the wild dog, staring down the new arrival. Incredibly cautious, Paint smells danger from the cat shark, looking once more back to Lost for approval. Unlike the other times, both images of bared fangs and wagging tail remain. When the wild dog goes about sniffing at Shoal, the cat shark turns slowly to keep an eye on him. Though when Paint tries to sniff at Shoal's rear, he gets whacked by that thick sharky tail, resulting in a yelp. The more they stare, the more Shoal realizes something. His hackles raise and teeth bare. Fret reaches out to Shoal, the cat shark sending Faye to the kitsune. Responding to Shoal's aggression, Paint also raises his hackles and bares his fangs, growling. Moving to Shoal's side, Fret pulls out his sitar. Seeing tensions rising, Last interposes himself between the two sides, using his overcoat to block Paint's view of Fret and Shoal. He demands to know why his teammates are acting so aggressively, receiving several images from Paint about Shoal's aggression and potentially fighting. Shoal snaps their eyes up to Lost, noting that they never really told Lost that both they and Fret have problems with Faye. Slowly, Fret eases down his sitar, telling Shoal that Paint doesn't seem particularly dangerous. The Doctor stays off to the side, mainly observing these interactions. Lost attempts to assuage some of the grief, apologizing for not knowing how Shoal felt about Faye. Fret plops down beside the cat shark, putting an arm around Shoal to get them to calm down. The cat shark gives an aggrieved, "Fine, but on your head be it," in response to Lost telling them that Paint is a new recaller and arrival to Twilight. Dr. Volt asks what kind of Fae Paint is, trusting that Shoal might know. Sniffing the air, the cat shark states that Paint is neither seelie nor unseelie, while the wild dog seems confused by the question. Crawling on the ground between Lost legs under the smoke line's cloak, he pokes his head out, giving big puppy dog eyes to the grumpy feline. Still squinting at this new arrival, Shoal does internally admit that Paint is cute. Or at least not immediately evil. Paint projects to Lost again, asking if he's bad. Lost scoops up Paint, telling him that he's not bad as he crouches down to a lower level. Pulling out his chalkboard, Fret writes out that a Fae is the reason he's in Twilight, why his voice is lost. Wiggling to get down, Paint crawls over to Fret tentatively, giving the foxfolk a gentle lick mixed with healing energies. For Paint's troubles, he receives a gentle pat. Sighing and relaxing, Lost informs Fret and Shoal that Paint is a prospective team member. However, that hinges upon the team's full support, not that he mentions needing to be fully healed yet. Shoal ends up boofing Paint on the head to get their attention, briefly startling the Fae canine. The yokai hunter specifically tells Paint not to form a contract with himself or Fret, although this causes Paint to try tearing up his contract with Lost that was made the previous day. Lost notes in surprise that he must have signed the contract earlier, but every time he threw the ball, he just got hugs. In response to this, Fret repairs the contract with some magic, Paint happily taking it back to Lost, who takes it in turn. She'll also begrudgingly permits Paint to lick them if it's for healing, so long as they're not doing so with ulterior motives. Paint drops his ball into Lost's hand to be thrown, Shoal groaning and flopping on Fred at the displays of affection being given toward the Fey canine. With tacit approval of the team effectively given, Fragment are still left on forced rest leave from her collar business. Lost in particular forced to not work at all since Erebane was made to get involved with making him take some rest. Literally, his shop was locked up, and when he tried to go help with the guard, they were like, "Go to bed." He made him confused and briefly sad. This does, however, give him plenty of time to spend with his newly adopted paint pupper. Meanwhile, Fred and Dr. Volt continue to perform science and research. While they require more data to support their theorems, they hypothetically have figured out a way to track unravelers and determine where they will appear next. The scientific field has begun talking, but they aren't funded for their research quite yet. Shoal spends their time dragging boats around the whimsical wharves, getting paid about 20 scales over their downtime. Dr. Volt also uses an amount of his downtime to create things of science and whimsy to help supplement his own scales by 28. Once Last is finally fully recovered, the group are called back to the head office. An initiation quest has been decided upon for Fragment Not Found to rise up to rank D. This time, the head office has far fewer people around, the hubbub from before having died down. Seeing Shoal, Paint offers them a treat that Shoal hesitantly takes and consumes. Making it to the captain's office, they find Arnold with a mountain of paperwork on his desk. He shoves it off to the side, glad to have something else to do. I personally imagine that some amount of that paperwork was just shoved onto the floor because. Captain Unthine tells the team that while their Waterworld mission is still theirs, that won't be their initiation mission. Fragment is being sent to a dead world in the orbit of a blood star. It is important for all recallers to know the signs and effects of a blood star, and this is why they are being sent there. All the team must do is bring back something from that world, regardless of what it is. The captain makes note there is a distilled liquid form of the power of gods taken from mortals on that world that will be given to Erebane, regardless of whether Erebane likes it or not. Brief side note, it's not written here, but I know that Dr. Volt tried to ask if he could have a sample. The answer is no. We are not allowed to have a sample of that.
I mean, does it surprise anyone that Dr. Volt was like, "Ooh, this sounds interesting. Can I science it?"
Not at all. But it also doesn't surprise me that response was no.
That doesn't surprise me either. The response
so you
should
know-
usually be no.
Should we give the power of a god to a being that undid themselves by the power of science to do science? No. Go ahead, Fred. What were you gonna say?
So the pro strat then is to just science it while we're there.
If you can.
That's when you get one of those little like laboratories in a can.
Laboratory.
I didn't realize that Capsule Corp existed in Twilight. There's
Yeah, but once you have a laboratory, this girl with really long legs just keeps coming up and screwing everything up.
Oh no.
The force of deity.
All right, moving on so I can finish this because this is like the last page.
Okay.
There's a guide prepared for the team that the captain provides them. At mention of Erebane, Paint projects an image of a black dog with horns, tattered jeans, and a hoodie to everyone in the room with a question mark attached. Lost has to stop himself from laughing, but Fret questions Paint if he sees everyone as dogs, which he does, for the most part. Due to the danger of being on a world under the light of a blood star, the team is being provided an item usually reserved for higher ranked teams, recall tags. When torn, these tags immediately shunt the owner back to Threshold, although it will result in feeling extreme sickness for a few days.
Pause. I thought we got those because we were on the hit list of the Unravel.
No. We are given those because it is a blood star world.
No, you were given those because you're on a hit list.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Damn it.
Very specifically, because you guys are on a hit list, you're being given gear that they normally only give to A tier and up.
But the longer we survive, the more data they get. So
I mean, you guys are the ones that chose to go back out, so they're like, if they're gonna be stupid for us,
we might as well
So-
help them stay alive a little bit.
So
Teeny
what
tiny bit.
era? So what era is saying here is that we should have just decided not to continue going back out, and just settle into the city, and then turn his campaign into just city simulator.
Oh god.
Oh boy.
you can't see my face right now, but
That would have been the logical course of events.
Right.
When has our group ever done the logical thing?
I didn't
got,
say
like,
it was
5
the
bullet
course
points
of
left.
events we do.
Yeah, let Kat finish.
Let me finish the bullet points.
You're a bullet
Please.
point.
finish up, Key.
The captain also suggests getting things for sickness and nausea, given the effects the Bloodstar will have on the team. Taking the box of tags, Lost reaffirms with Unthime that the team will flee if an Unraveler appears again before the team leaves the office. Fred suggests they get a dose of Wismus Salix each to help with the potential nausea. It is at this time that everyone looks at Paint, realizing that they have nothing on them but what they're wearing and a bag full of treats. Fred shells out some seals to get Paint a dose of Wismus Salix when the team goes to buy some for their upcoming mission. And that's where we left off. And now y'all can ramble.
Ramble, 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 ramble.
All hail Banan.
Okay.
Praise Banan.
I know someone here who's praising Banan.
Rur?
My bat.
Small.
Ah.
I do like bananas.
I showed you the secret
Oh, you're
banana.
talking about the fruit can. You're talking about the fruit kind.
Yes.
Yeah, those are good too.
What?
Var, you should have gotten that one immediately.
Ah, okay. I did remember to purchase some Salix. Good.
Perfect. So did you guys go ahead and do all your shopping?
Yep.
Well, I mean,
Except for Paint, who's probably going to need some help. If you guys want to gear him with anything right now.
Does Paint want anything?
Paint wants to play fetch. He wants belly rubs. He wants food. Now, as for things he needs, well, there's probably a few things, but none of them would occur to him.
oh,
Dog brain.
I don't know that you necessarily require a barding or anything of that nature.
I will say his AC is 12.
Oh, Jesus.
oof.
Look, if there's anything Final Fantasy XI taught me, it's that everything can be made better with barding.
Oh, goodness.
Do. You've got a bard. You're good.
Doot, indeed, Vari.
Yep.
Dude.
At this
I
point...
will.
Oh, sorry.
I mean, out of character stuff, I will point out that he does have damage resistance 5, except for cold iron, and he does also have spell resistance. I think it's 12.
Wow.
The benefits of
Fancy.
being Fae.
Yes.
Yancy. Now we just need to get you some armor.
Yeah, he can use armor.
What type?
Probably should.
Light armor. I know from kineticist experience it's light.
Give him a kilt. That way it looks like a skirt.
All
Little
right.
doggy too.
Would a dog wear a skirt like this or like this?
Don't.
Yes.
No.
But the second one is probably more cursed, so that one.
I'm not even gonna look this time.
I didn't even post anything.
All
Yeah,
right.
Everybody
just-
just knew what it
I
was.
know the exact meme.
Everyone knows the exact meme.
What?
How worried are you about armor check penalties in?
Very worried. Paint would not like anything that restricts his movement.
That's fair.
Well,
Hear me out. Let's get Paint some freaking rosewood armor.
no, you have to take care of that.
Oh.
Yeah, it's Tria's leather armor with spikes, but it has to be watered with a gallon of water each day.
Oh.
I mean, that's not a problem sometimes.
That's when you have the glorious spell known as Create Water.
Yeah,
It all depends on what element he winds up with.
that is not a cantrip that Fret has yet.
I can't remember. I think I grabbed it from Joel.
Yeah,
Well,
so Lamellar or something probably is going to be the answer then.
leather or lamellar, because I
Yeah.
don't believe that kinesis are affected by arcane spell failure.
Nope.
Oh no, I have light and guidance.
Yep, leather, or we could get you dancing scarves, but I think those only really
You have to
work.
move.
Yeah, which is weird.
A Haramaki, maybe.
But a haramaki is only +1.
Yeah, but it has no penalties.
It's fine. It just depends on what Paint decides they like more when Lost brings them out armor shopping, because he knows where to get the good stuff.
Used.
Does Paint want leather or leather? Because they're basically the same.
Gotta. One sec.
I'm assuming Zim is looking what they look like.
Yeah.
What's your...
I remembered Lamellar, but I couldn't remember exactly.
I will say the lamellar cuirass only allows you to have a max dex bonus of +4, whereas leather allows you a +6.
I
But
mean,
I don't
his
know what your
dex
dex
bonus
is.
is only +2, so
Okay, so either
Oh, then
or.
that's not a problem.
yeah.
Also,
I think he'll go with standard leather.
Yeah, also Pink is a dog, not a llama. He doesn't want llama lar.
All right, good night, guys. I'm on the floor. Just, nah, we're good.
It's all downhill from here.
Oh, well, okay then.
Oh no.
It's all downhill from here, and I started somewhere in a canyon.
Exactly.
All right. Well, before we have to head out on our
Oh, jeez.
potentially...
God,
oh no.
Zim, put it away. This is my stream. I don't want to hear it.
Aw.
Go listen to
Alright.
the YouTube video if you want to hear it. I don't want to hear my own damn voice right now.
But the floor is your friend.
Yes, yes, it is. What were you saying, Key?
Give me 1 second. I'm gonna hug my mate before he has to go.
Okay.
Oh.
Tell him.
Tell him I said
goodbye.
hi.
Important. Yes.
Tell him I said fleam.
Lean.
Krisoff,
why
thank
for-
you so much for that raid. Welcome in.
Hello, new
We-
minion.
Lol.
And minions, I guess.
Oh no.
Now, for you entering the stream, you are required to give Paint head pats.
The rules have begun. The Fey logic has been settled.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's been made to go in super early tonight. So.
Oh, fun.
Ooh.
Yep. Right.
So yeah, I'm very much looking forward to the shopping trip with Paint.
Then we get to see that Lost has has less willpower than a wet noodle.
When it comes to the adopted quadrupedal child, yes.
This is what you
Cool.
need. This is what you need Shoal for. Discipline.
Sounds like Paint is getting +5 armor.
Yeah, good luck. I don't think he has enough money.
Yeah, one, Lost does not have enough money. Two, Lost is only intending to get paid the basic armor. I
Paint
don't
is
even
getting the special shift weave armor.
know. Why am I imagining Paint just sort of sitting in front of something on a mannequin stand trying to get puppy dog eyes, and Lost looks at the price tag, looks at Paint, looks back at the price tag. No. No.
Hear me out though. Masterwork studded leather armor.
That's a lot of scales, though.
Yeah, it is.
Isn't Masterwork just another 100? 120?
150.
Yeah, under
150?
50.
I mean, it would reduce the armor penalty to 0 for it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that
By the
something-
way, everyone, we do have a tip goal active here on my channel that will influence the game if it gets completed. Sorry.
I'm most curious. But is that something Paint would like?
I mean, if it's got no armor check penalty, which in his mind means he can't move, then yes, he would like it.
Do you generally have a tip goal on your channel?
What was that?
Do you generally have a tip goal on your channel?
For most games, yeah, but with this one, I wasn't expecting it, and then it was like, here it is, so...
I gave him one
Okay,
because
so
it's his birthday.
So it's not an atypical tip goal.
I am so upset.
But dumb
Alright, guys. I'm going back to.
I'm glad I
get
asked
a-
the roommate to go get me more beer because goodness gracious, Taya, you're gonna make me need it tonight.
I did not get enough sleep for this. I'm leaving. I'm now in bed.
Wolves team _ royal tipped $100. Happy
Oh my
birthday.
goodness.
Jesus.
Holy
Drop
crap.
of the owl.
All right, I guess
Wow.
that means that the tip goal has been met. Good to know. This
Very
adventure
much so.
got interesting.
Wow.
Hey,
Thank you
simple.
so much for that tip, Wostein.
Phew, that's a big boy money.
So the tip goal is echoes of what could have been.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
We'll get to it. I'm assuming you buy that armor for them, though, Last.
Yes, Lost is going to get some Masterwork studded leather for Paint.
Perfect. Are you picking up anybody else picking up anything else before I move things along a little bit?
Is it possible for armor? Is it armor can be upgraded to master, right? Or does it have
Yes,
to be
it can.
Masterwork when-
And you would have had the time to do so in the City of Twilight because it's the City of Twilight.
You have time to do whatever you want, basically.
The shopkeeper says he'll call you when it's done. It'll be about a week. You step out the shop, and then next thing you know, you're getting a call. The message says it's done, and you're like, what the hell happened? You walk in, it looks like a week has passed in there, and you're like, what the fuck?
Yes,
Spectacular.
because time is relative here.
Hiccups.
Is it an uncle?
Not touching this one. We're gonna move on.
Okay.
Anybody else want to pick up anything? This is your last call, ladies and gentlemen.
Got,
Beyond reducing armor check penalty, what is master armor again?
That's what it does. Like it
Uh,
It
reduces
the-
armor check penalty and like +1 more max stack.
and it's arcane spell failure reduction. It goes down just a little bit or something.
I actually pulled it up here. The armor check penalty is lessened by 1. It costs an extra
That's it, okay.
150.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
I might upgrade to studded leather then.
Do it.
It looks like it does not actually give anything more than just the -1 armor check penalty.
If you do special materials, there's some that will improve. Like if you do mithril, if it's a metal armor piece, that also does things.
Yep.
Special materials are kind of outside our price range right now.
Yeah.
Very
Yeah.
much so for you guys, but that's fine. You'll get the big boy money one of these days, right?
I haven't made, so I think I will upgrade to studded leather.
Perfect.
That means I get an extra AC straight up.
Yes, sir.
I'm tempted to. You know what? No, I don't have enough for that. Crap. No, I'll wait. I'll be fine.
What is looking?
I was gonna get a masterwork chain shirt, but I am 47 scales short.
Here, you now have 47 more scales.
Okay, then I would, if upgrading, would have 0 scales.
That's fine. You have chainmail currently, right?
No, I've got leather armor.
You can't change materials.
Yeah, but I can buy a set of chain for 100, and
Yes.
then
Wait, no.
the upgrade to.
Yes, you can.
Studded leather would only be a side grade. Because I lose a dex bonus.
Thank you for the follow, dear Guardian. Welcome to the comfy box.
Okay, no upgrading armor right now then.
So like I put in chat, everybody, I want you all to go start a hype train over on Nico's channel.
Do it.
Do it.
Alright,
Do it.
When,
Also, Spooky, thank you very much for the treat.
Yep, Brett, what's up?
well, here, I'm gonna just go ahead and help start things along.
No.
Adorable.
For the follow, Tokame. For the follow. Get your butt, get bop, 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 bop.
Get him.
Here it comes.
Yeah, how many did you just do?
An amount.
10.
Y'all are so precious.
Holy crap, we already shattered your all-time record?
You beat my Bolton, man. What? Right
Yeah.
So last week I got Era's all-time record shattered, and now we've shattered Oniko's. Cool.
Yeah.
no.
Oh no.
Viv. Thanks, Viv. It's gonna go for a bit. Why is this so loud? I wonder if I can turn that down.
Guys, this happens when my brain breaks.
Oh.
Varian, thank you for gifting a sub to Voxamandius, Chill, Osiris, Kirtex, Willy Hen, QV, Dalai Lama, Saki, Mothra.
Wow, a lot of regulars. Cool. Very cool.
Era,
Yeah?
thank you for gifting subs to Slendy Girl, Mr. George, Waffles, Icy, and Sethic.
I'm gonna upgrade my longbow to Masterbrook, by the way.
Very good idea.
Laboron, Lobo, Ron, his Lobo, thank you for the 100 bits. Takame, thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Oh,
Whoever
gosh.
anonymously cheered 100 bits, thank you. Zim, thank you for the 300 bits. Oh wait, no, that is legitimately like Twitch got a thing going on. They're like adding 10% bits.
Yes.
Yes.
If you give 300 or more in one go, Twitch adds 10% on.
Viv, thank you for gifting subs to Sora, Arzi, Mint, and Sleepy.
Welcome to my world last week.
Mary, thank you for the sub. Simple, thank you for the tip.
Wow, this really is.
Beerus, thank you for the sub. And thank you to everyone that I definitely missed because I'm incompetent.
Oh, you're not incompetent. There's just so
Sim,
many.
thank you for the more biddies.
Come on, everyone. Can we get them to at least a level 7 hype train? Come on. Even better if we get him to level 10. Yeah.
Taya go brain go burr.
I will say, Era, that at some point Lost will have invoiced the arrows and bolts that Volt
Yep.
and
I
Lost
expected that. You
use.
guys can go ahead and put your stuff or your max back up. They'll just give you arrows and bolts.
Oh, good.
Thank you, everyone, for such wonderful faces. I deal with a hefty case of I don't deserve this kindness.
Not allowed. Not allowed.
Oh, you made a mistake on somebody's name. It wasn't Dear Guardian. That's Squeaky Toy.
Yeah, that's Squeaky Toy.
But yeah, Fret, I do believe is gonna just stick with what he's got for now.
Understood? That is fine. Any other purchases before we do the ding-ding-ding-dings? While Taigo slowly breaks in the background.
Actually,
I
I'll
get the
do
feeling
the
people are
250.
being gently bullied by proxy by. I do not know the source of this squeaky toy name, but if it is affectionate, I approve. If it is not, stop being bully.
It is affectionate.
It's an affectionate bully.
Yes.
Squeaky Toy
But
secretly
yeah,
likes it. Not so secretly.
but yeah, Viv, you're okay with loaning me 47 scales, right?
Yeah, especially since
Alright, then, yeah,
since upgrading isn't actually going to do me any good, so even less than I'm
Aw.
spending. My
Okay,
dex
in
is
that
just
case,
too
yeah, I
high.
will. I'll swap out my armor. Masterwork chain shirt.
Okay. Off 47.
But Zim is cute.
Y'all are cute in general.
I just got to be sure. I don't know people's group dynamics, and I just want to make sure everyone is being wonderful and
Yes, yes. Dear Guardian is a regular over on Zim's channel. It is consensual us teasing the living heck out of the squeaky toy.
She may protest, but the fact that she keeps coming back for more shows that, yeah, she likes it.
Thank you for that sub there, Nano, for gifting a sub to Cena Soleil. Oh, it's fine. You're
Yeah.
all you're all nice, lovable, and
Are you gonna be okay, Taiko?
mostly.
Do you need a minute?
I don't think so, but I. Meh.
Alright, so shall we continue then?
I was about to ask, is there anything the good doctor would want?
No, he's just gonna have the anti-nausea Fleambus. How much does the anti-nausea Fleambus cost?
It's like
It was
25? No, 30. 30.
Yeah.
I did not. I don't know. I mean, I guess I can kind of see what I've legitimately forgotten. What the fuck is in my inventory that I wrote down as Flippy?
What?
Flippy?
What?
I believe I even said I am going to forget what this is in my inventory that I'm writing down as Flippy Boy.
Go watch the VODs. I have no idea.
Well,
Wait,
Flippy boys. Yeah,
I'm being cheesed to death over here.
I have no idea what that could possibly be. In any case, flippers.
Oh, flippers.
yes.
Yes. After we do the water
For our
mission,
water.
Yeah, after we do our water mission, we need to invoice those because they were 50 seals each, and our underwater light sources we will also need to invoice after that mission for however much they were.
Why did I write them down as that? There was no way I was going to remember it. I even knew at the time I wasn't going to remember it.
Because
and yet I still wrote down Flippy Boys.
Because the meme.
Yeah.
Because I'm
No, don't. You're not allowed. No self-deprecation.
Thanks for the don't know I do things.
I just said that I was me.
I saw where you were going.
Oh, I've got to steal Taya's dice. Sorry, no dice for you for a while, Taya.
Fine, I am the diceless.
5 minutes.
I am not a ability to capture solar power in large quantities. I am a dice off sphere.
I don't regret stealing your dice now. Hi, Balasar. All right, so you guys sounds like for the most part are done shopping.
Mm-hmm.
So your next step would be to go and get Balasar. Why did I say Balasar? Your next step would be to go and get your Cop Guardian, whom I don't believe has met Paint yet.
No, Dextro hasn't met Paint, and Paint has not met Dextro. Question is, where are they? I know they were being trained.
Probably up in the training grounds again.
Excellent. Which means we are going off in the easterly direction because that's where I believe it's Edge. Yeah, it's Edgeside. That's where Edgeside is.
Yep. Off to Edside.
Good.
So, for the new people here, Edside is a small farming style town for those that don't like living in the big city. And it goes off into basically infinite farm field like settings in other field like areas. Oh, somebody was just clearing off the initiative tracker. Got it.
Yeah,
Who named this one Ganga Boys?
that wasn't me.
That's well,
That's
I
who-
named it that because that's the demon.
Oh, right.
That was the Archdevil.
Well, here, have an Arc Devil, Brett.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I am gonna call him for tea at some point.
After you all get there, you do see Dextros off getting his training, and I'm assuming you call for him.
Lost does, but isn't expecting an immediate response.
Nope, he actually stops what he's doing and moves over immediately and goes, "Oh, thank goodness. I've been, treading rather hard and anything to stop this for a little bit. Hello."
Also, it's fair that you get to call him for tea because if you didn't show up, we would have taken the L and everyone would be pressing F.
Just FYI, Rex is in the form of a rock elemental today.
Adorable. Tiny stone Archaeopteryx.
Gnarly. But Dextros looks over everybody and goes, "So we've got a few things to cover. I'm assuming that's why you're here today. You guys have decided to go back out, yes?
Brett
Yes.
nods affirmatively.
Rock on!"
We have been tasked with an initiation mission.
So
Will
I've
be
been
going-
told. I have some things for you guys.
Oh.
Before we do go, I did want to give my sincere apologies for not being there in a timely manner. I have been spoken to. At any point in time you need my immediate assistance in the future, since I have been told that I need to come up with something, they said not normally as much of a problem as it is with me, but the town on which I was broken was named Saracen. Should you call me and say that word, I will very immediately be here.
We will be sure not to abuse privilege.
I was very well informed that I screwed up fairly royally, and I will ensure in the future it does not happen again, obviously. With this word in play, at least. Up here comes the cheese again. In the meantime, just to restart my responsibility, I can only enter or exit it, hydrating, sphere once a day. Cheers. So, if at any point there is a situation where I cannot get you out, I will be proud to serve my life in exchange for yours. Bear in mind that I can be put back together again, just you guys can't, so somewhat of a noble sacrifice.
Well, I'd still rather avoid that, Dex. You're
As
part
would
of the
I.
team.
And who's this friendly little fella here?
Ruff!
Lost will crouch down and pet along Paint's back. This is Paint. They're a new arrival and a new teammate.
Paint is going up and sniffing at this person.
They're not a person. Thank you so much. Oh, dragon fruit drink.
Individual.
The cough,
Creature.
yes, creature is probably the best word for it. The cough are wooden drake-like creatures, made out of a black and blue wood that have tree-like features to them. I think he actually wrote a very good description of them once upon a time, but I don't have that on hand.
It's a lengthy description.
It is. We can give it at some point in time. They're constructs, except they have broken souls put into them, so they become sentient beings.
They're precious tree noodles.
Pretty much. I'd share the link of what we typically refer to them as, but we don't own the art to it, and it's just something that we found that was like, that's really neat, and that's what these are now.
We used it as a baseline reference.
I do need to get Art of the Cough at some point. Really bad.
Well, just so happens I've got a couple of artists.
I'm aware, but I'm also out of money right now. I've kind of spent a lot these last couple of weeks. But that's beside the point. Dextrel will give you a grand bow and be like, my name is Dextrel. I am an archaeologist. And what's the one that studies people again? And
Anthropologist.
And an anthropologist. Primarily an anthropologist. Archaeology is more of a hobby. But I am also your Cough Guardian, and I will be leading you across this universe on this wide journey that we call being a recaller.
Paint is peeing on its leg.
He looks down, and then he
Paint,
does
no.
tries to shuffle away and get it off. Ew, 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 ew,
Paint.
ew.
Paint, no.
Paint is sending a mental image of a rather large tree, and you all smell. You get the sense of smell of multiple different markings on said tree. You got a bunch of little pup doggos running around, playing around it, and it just gives a sense of home.
Paint. Dextrel is a teammate, a friend. They're not a tree.
I'm a living wood construct, thank you very much, and now I have pee in my park. Ugh.
It can be cleaned off.
Paint is just wagging. He feels very safe with the tree.
Please do not mark Dextrel again.
Chad is suggesting flicking an ear or using a spray bottle.
I also see the suggestion of kicking the dog.
How dare!
No, that is bad. But another good option, one finger firm, pop on the nose.
That's also in there, yes. A flick to the nose.
You expect Lost to know any of this?
Not yet.
It's actually, like, it makes a lot of sense when you think about it, how dogs respond so well to even the slightest admonishment, because of the fact that how easy it would be for a parental wolf to, unalive a wolf pup. So it's just like, the adult wolf knows to use the minimal force possible, and the puppy knows, okay, yep, okay, I'm being told no.
Cats, on the other hand, don't give a shit. But yes, Dextrel will wipe himself off and be like, alright, well, whenever you guys are ready to go next, I am very much done with the He Looks Back training, as much as I don't want to go to the next world. I have also been asked to write a report, so when we do go, I'm going to be writing or off studying certain objects for the purposes of the report I get to write. Oh, how fantastic.
This sphere is a significant distance away from the one we were just at. Yes?
Yes, in fact, it won't be a very long journey. This is close enough that it should only take me one jump to make it there.
I see. Is there any preparation that you need before we go?
Myself, no. I was told that when I get there, I shall give you a compass that has the directions that you all need to follow, at least initially until the guidebook is done writing itself, as well as some bags, one for each of you, to bring back your objects in. They're special bags of holding that are anti-magic field as well on the outside to keep things preserved, as far as I was told. The good news about everything here is that it can handle things of anything that you can personally carry, but only one object. If I actually understood that whole spiel specifically, Twilight is definitely not my first language. It's more like my 80th. But I will supply those things before I make my leave once we are planet side. At what time would you guys like to go? We can head to Threshold whenever you would like.
Fret shrugs.
Lost looks to his teammates. Are you all prepared?
Well, I enjoy discussions that are academic in nature. I find the idea of setting a time to meet here of all places would be an exceptionally fruitless effort. So I see no reason why not now.
Fret nods.
Well,
Shoal is essentially always packed and ready to go.
remind me to take the cheese away from chat.
No,
'Cause I
you
will
can't
not-
take away their cheese. You can't take away. I can't take away their cheese. You can't take away their sour candy.
Fine. Well, here comes the cheese spam again. In the meantime, yes, alright. Let's go to Threshold. Thank you, Bard.
You want
So,
Hi, Gloopy.
you all, while I'm getting cheese to death over here, make your way to Threshold. As you get there... Thank you, Zeb, for the cheer and the bits. As you guys get there, you guys notice a very large... Goodness gracious, Twitch. I need to turn that down. I swear I turned that way down. I don't know why it's so loud. But I'll fix that later. As you guys get there, you notice that the one bar that is down in Threshold has an unusually large tree-like creature next to it that was not there before. It doesn't take you guys very long to figure out that, yes, it is a cough.
Who would have guessed?
It's one of the ancient ones that are around here. You can
I've been
tell.
bludgeoned repeatedly.
You can tell because it's got its foliage and a full set of wings and horns and everything, and it is definitely looming over the bar.
Oh. Pardon me a moment. Lost will just sort of hold up his hands, and just sort of apologetically excusing themselves for a minute as they start walking towards the bar.
The bar and Threshold is usually empty because not too many people around here get the chance to do anything like this. There's occasionally a couple people here and there, usually the outsiders that are trying to adjust that might be a little bit closer going to the city or Edgetown. Today, only Erebane sits over in the corner with a glass of water, looking bored out of his mind.
Paint is following in.
Oh no.
Just poke
Well,
shop. Jelly.
Lost probably doesn't even notice that he's been followed as he peeks into the bar.
Yep, he's just sitting there.
It's not exactly subtle when you're here, you know, as he approaches Arabane.
He points up and goes, "Tell that to them."
You and I both know that they're just doing their duty. They won't listen.
I'm absolutely aware. Neither will the council. Neither will anybody else.
Well, you know I will.
Yes, but you're also not going to yell at me to sit here and threshold for the next several weeks because there was a devil at our gates twice. And everybody's terrified and wants me to be big bad dragon guy. Ooh.
Fred will begin scribbling on chalkboard, and it reads, "Oh, he's fine. He's great. You'll like him. You should have tea with him."
He wavers. He didn't come in. I don't care.
Lost turns around, probably sees everybody there.
Yep.
Paint is
And chalkboard.
barreling between Lost legs over to Arabane. Sitting next to Arabane's leg and putting his head on the lap, looking up and wagging.
Begins to pet Paint, and he goes, "Were you looking for a private conversation because your entourage has followed?"
That isn't necessary. After all, we have all the time in existence. Though I suppose I should apologize for the trouble this has caused you.
He does the hand wave where he goes, "It's not your fault. It's not a problem. I don't..." As I said to everybody involved, the devil never came in. I don't care. There's no reason to do the big bad flare up, show all your cards, scare away the big bad devil that has no interest of being in here right now. Anyways, this isn't the first time. It's not going to be the last time that something just shows up at the gates, goes, "Ah," and leaves.
They just kind of show up and go, yeah, no, and then they fuck off.
Yeah.
In fairness, Whispers is the only reason we still exist.
Oh, right, I did hear about that.
I mean, hey, you know what? I had balls standing up to that unraveler thingy, so you know.
Just be careful out there. Those things are pains in the ass.
Yeah, we noticed.
We will try. I didn't realize you were so familiar with paint, though.
This one? Oh, is that what his name is?
Yes, paint.
Yeah, he ran out to the Bridge of Nothing trying to get away from everybody.
Sounds a lot like somebody I know.
Look, I didn't want to have to sit out here for a couple of weeks. I also have to stay sober. As far as they know, this is actually just vodka.
I was about to say, I don't think they can actually make you be sober at this point.
No, they can't. They could tell me I'm supposed to be.
And here
They just have to put him in a cold place, and he would be sober.
we have a district for that.
That's not allowed, Dago.
I believe I have caused Viv pain.
I'm going back to bed.
Round 3 of
I
going
am-
back to bed.
I am in bed now. Fight me.
Last
You can't stop me.
Last is going to shrug. Well, and here I was going to offer to bring you something after we come back. Assuming we're still in one piece.
I'll be fine. Just go on your mission, or wherever or wherever you're here in Threshold.
Mission. Yes. Well, if you're still stuck here when we come back, I can always offer you company, if you're bored.
I will be fine. I got my water. Taps it.
Lost will pat at their leg and gesture to Paint. Come along now. We have places to be.
Paint is giving a lick to Arabane's arm before he runs over to Lost.
Waivers. Of course, as you guys get to the gate, the cough is going to be giving you guys the look as you pass by. Dextral kind of does that whole walks on the other side of you guys thing. And you guys get to the lovely gnome, who seems to be having a day. Because
Isn't he always?
he is, but this time he doesn't even bother with the obligatory prank or festivities.
I figure he usually has an evening.
Because it's Twilight.
Puts Tyago in the corner. Tyago's in the corner for the night. They are grounded.
I have no idea why I'm so gremlin today.
Keep it up.
Yeah. But also, Fret will scribble out, give me the confetti.
He sighs and he gives you a handful of confetti.
Fret, nods and stuffs it in his pack.
So, I have sent you a link. There are going to be excerpts I'm going to have you read, or anybody that you want to pass the book to. There is an intro here that I'm going to read, and then during this adventure, there are certain sections that are numbered, or there's also side 1, 2, 3, etc., including a closed section. You do not have to read this all yourself. If at any point in time you want somebody else to read, just let me know. I will pass that section off to somebody else. Before going, Dexterous says, do me a favor, we need to check to make sure the book is working. Could you please open it for me?
Ah, of course. And Lost pulls the book out of his coat and cracks it open.
Yep, and this is a guide to, and then I forgot how I was going to pronounce this. Key, how do you pronounce a guide to? How do you pronounce that one word? Because I forgot how I was going to pronounce it, and my brain doesn't want to work.
It's okay. A guide to Anyalius.
Thank you. I knew you would know how I was going to say it. Upon opening the book, you are greeted by a charming, cartoonist illustration of a cough captured in the middle of a playful blep with its tongue amusingly sticking out. Adding to its endearing appeal, the cough is depicting flashing a peace sign. Right below this animated creature, the word loading is written, brimming with a whimsical touch to the static page. Despite being a book, this illustration gives off a lively, almost animated vibe, making it awkwardly adorable, unexpectedly engaging. And underneath it reads, you may or may pass on, Section 1.
Sorry. Section 1. When you hear a chime while exploring the edge of the crystal sphere, it's a signal to revisit this book. As you delve deeper into the world, you'll encounter various mysteries and wonders. Each chime indicates that the book has been updated with crucial information, offering insights into the significance of what you're witnessing. These updates are pivotal in understanding the deeper layers of a world's lore, its inhabitants, and the intertwining narratives. Keep an ear out for these chimes. They are your guide to unraveling the rich tapestry of stories and secrets that lie within the crystal sphere. Checking back with the book at these moments will not only enhance your journey, but also provide context and depth to your adventure. In your journey across this world, you will encounter scenarios specifically designed to teach you the warning signs of imminent dangers relevant to your job. This experience is crafted to heighten your awareness and prepare you for real-life challenges. Please pay close attention to these encounters, as the knowledge and skills you acquire here are vital for recognizing and responding to potential threats in your professional environment. Your attentiveness and understanding of these warning signs are crucial for your future safety and success. Lost is going to pause and look up at Dextrol, and he's just got this expression with all the eyes behind the lenses of his mask half-lidded, like, this sounds like we're going on a choose your own adventure book walkthrough.
Dexter goes, at the beginning, they want you to look and see various things very specifically. That is what the compass is going to lead you through. Afterwards, you guys are free to roam and explore at your whims. Whims. Whims is not a
Weems.
word.
Weems.
Fleam.
Whims is now a word, apparently. But one way or the other, if you guys would like to go ahead and pull on your little armor holder doodles onto me, we can go ahead and jump and get you to the sphere.
Oh
Fred-
boy.
Fret will pull out his weapon cords and then look to Paint. And then look to Lost. And then we'll pull out several more weapon cords and offer them over to Lost.
Dr. Volt will pull out the seatbelt.
Right, you made a
Yeah.
seatbelt, an actual seatbelt.
But there's no seat for it.
I'm just
There's-
imagining
there's
it's
a
like a
whole
jetpack. He
cough.
just snaps
So-
himself in.
Isn't it just a belt at that point? And at that point, it's only good for keeping your pants up.
So out of character, I am very confused by this situation.
Okay, it's when we
Did you ever watch
initially
Show
did-
and Showdown?
No.
Oh,
Go ahead and explain, Fred.
but okay, so when we initially did the jumping with a cough, Fret just started pulling out weapon cords and giving them to everyone. And yeah, weapon cords are a thing that it's like you can keep a weapon from being removed from your person, or if you do get disarmed, you can pick it back up immediately and stuff like that. Well, Fret just kind of attached them to branches on our cough and was like, good to go as far as jumping. Kind of.
TLDR, the way that you guys get around spheres as a cop will basically bounce from crystal sphere to crystal sphere through the plane of shadow. And you guys are strapping onto him because the party has decided to, instead of just touching him and trusting him, to go ahead and literally strap themselves to the cough.
Okay.
It's less that we do not trust Dex, but more so that we don't necessarily trust ourselves to be able to hang on properly.
So, you guys all get strapped on, and then here comes the first roll for Paint, and of course the first roll of this session. Everybody roll your fortitude save, because guess what? Being thrown around like a ping pong ball at high speeds is kind of a trip. And we will start with Taya.
15.
Pass. Hey, Fret.
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 Oh, sorry, I didn't realize I was muted. That is a 13.
Okay. Viv.
Take a wild guess.
Let me
Not
guess. You rolled
17.
Okay. Paint.
25.
Wow, Paint is handling this like a champ.
I-
Hey,
Paint.
Keith.
Paint is a
12.
concaster.
You're not feeling great, but it's better than it has been in the past. This was a very short jump, surprisingly. You guys don't remember bouncing as many times as you did in the past. I was going to say something, then Brain decided to delete it, so I guess it's not important. As you guys go ahead and hit the sphere of this particular star, you already kind of see it. Well, from a distance, it did kind of look like a normal white star. Now that you're here, it has this eerie red flickering hue to it that almost seems to be staining the star and the light that's coming off of it. It does not feel as bright as it should be either, as if this red tint has hazed it and caused it to be darker. From the book comes a ding. And number 2 is readable now.
I'm trying so hard to keep up with notes.
Do you want to pass that on to somebody else? You can make somebody else read.
Sure. Somebody else can read number 2.
Who would like
I
this?
vote Fret.
Rude.
Oh, thanks. I guess I can.
The idea is that Fret can read it.
Ah, yes.
Then-
Somebody
Yeah.
needs to read this out loud. So, Brett, I sent it to you. Go ahead and read it out loud, and we're gonna just assume that somebody else read it out loud or something. Also, be right back. I need
Yeah.
to grab a drink.
I didn't mean to actually volunteer you. Sorry, Vari.
It's
I
fine.
just thought the idea of being like we should have the guy who is mute read it to us.
Yeah. You're getting to read the next one. Anyways, now that you have reached the edge of the crystal sphere, take note of the following unique environmental features. Unnatural red hue of the star. Dominating the sky is a star casting an unusual red hue, creating a surreal and slightly foreboding atmosphere. This distinct crimson light alters the appearance of everything it touches. Absence of shadowfolk and outsiders. Surprisingly, this area is devoid of shadowfolk and other outsiders, who are otherwise common in different regions. This absence is unusual and worth noting. Star flickering. Keep an eye out, keep an eye on the star's behavior. You may observe it flickering in a way that is not typical for celestial bodies, indicating possible instability or unique phenomena in this part of the crystal sphere. Feelings of discomfort or unease. As you explore, you might experience a sense of discomfort or unease. These feelings aren't just emotional responses. They're intuitive cues, alerting you to be vigilant and cautious in this unfamiliar and potentially hazardous environment. Each of these aspects plays a crucial role in understanding the edge of the crystal sphere. Be observant of these signs, as they are key to safely navigating and comprehending the challenges of this unique area.
Thank you, Viv. Or Bard. Too many V names in this group. Damn.
That sounds
There's
like
only
a you
two.
problem. Skill issue.
Dextral.
Alright, I am renaming myself to Vavim.
I'll put you
Now
in the
you
corner
just
too.
now you just sound like a bad pronoun.
I feel offended. Dextral goes, do you guys wish to camp before entering the star, or should we just go for it? This time I was informed that there are absolutely no living beings to study, so there's no reason for you guys to attempt to blend in.
Oh, good. That makes our lives
So-
easier.
This little area that we're in, like what is this spot that we're in right now?
You guys
exactly?
are standing on the edge of a crystal sphere. So what a crystal sphere is you can see the star, and in this particular case, a single planet orbiting the star. You guys are basically, you know what the Oort sphere is?
No.
The orc cloud? Yeah.
The Oort cloud. You guys are basically standing on the edge of where the star's light reaches, causing a bubble around it for things to happen in here. You're in a little space-time bubble. You guys are standing in the
Okay.
shadow plane on the edge of a reality.
Think
Paint
of
is
it-
on the
think-
edge.
Think of it as a bubble is a good word, but like basically this is its own little terrarium, and we're about to open the door and go in.
But
Paint
a,
is
a good visual representation of it is either Final Fantasy 11 or Dissidia, Imperial Paradox.
okay.
Yep.
Paint is at the proverbial door, kind of bouncing back and forth and looking back at last.
There's specifically no door. You guys are basically standing on the edge of a reality. You guys can see the shadow plane though, so you're kind of, it's weird because you're in what looks like a reflection of what happens inside this little bubble. So you're seeing kind of just a flat plane. And then the edge of this bubble.
I was meaning like he's a
Ah.
little ways away, kind of just bouncing.
Oh, he ready to
Not
go.
at the actual door, but yeah, he's ready to go.
Yeah, I linked in game related what I feel is a good representation of standing on the top of a crystal sphere.
Yes, very much so like that. Also, Mala suggests Varsus? Arusus? Homestruck Dream Bubbles?
What?
I'll make AI do something later and get something generalized out too. Because ChatGPT 4 takes my word vomit and makes actual coherent sentences out of it. Which has been a godsend for work, don't tell them.
Well, I mean, it's better than Grammarly.
Oh my god, Grammarly to hell and back again.
I hate Grammarly so much.
Grammarly keeps on correcting I have to have it on my work computer, unfortunately, but my work computer, I will type out a sentence that actually is legible after spending like 5 minutes, and it'll go back and it'll change a brand name, one of our products, into something completely different. And I'll be reading and be like, what the hell is this? Why is Photoshop in here? I didn't say Photoshop.
Gross.
But it sounds like Paint is ready to go. What about the rest of y'all?
Fret gives a thumbs up.
Shoal nods.
Dr. Volt's ready.
Lost also nods, finally having collected himself from being nauseous again.
Dextrol will nod and be like, all right, into the war zone we go. He will go ahead and tug you all through the shadows onto the planet itself. Your immediate things that you're going to notice past the book, all once again, dinging. Number 3, if you want to assign that to somebody here in a moment, their key. I think we're giving to Taya, if I heard correctly.
Yep.
When you guys arrive on the planet side, you hear the dusty, dry crunch of grass beneath your feet that has been long dead. The trees in the immediate distance have absolutely no leaves left on them, but you still see them all on the ground as if it was autumn. Nothing seems to have too much color to it, as if everything is drained away. The sky itself is a hazy red color, and it feels more like you're underneath a heat lamp than it does that you are underneath a sunny sky. There are no clouds in the sky, and everything has a dull red hue. The air itself feels stale, as if the wind itself barely moves here. And I guess I should send Taya the thingy-majigger. Let's see.
Fret will immediately equip his filter scarf.
Understood? Now I just gotta find you in my goddamn list, Taya. Where are you? I'm just gonna do it the easy way. Why am I doing things the hard way? Right click. Message. Paste. There you go, Taya.
Merp.
While they're getting that, Paint is just standing there, kind of waiting, and as Last is passing by, Paint gives them a lick on the leg, and he's casting Penumbra.
Ooh.
What do?
This spell keeps the creature or object touched slightly in shadow. The target of this spell does not suffer any penalties or blindness caused by bright light, such as those from light sensitivity or light blindness. And it lasts for 10 minutes per level. Era was saying that it activates whatever your shadow stuff is.
So yeah. Last Lost Species has the shadow blending trait, so in dim light or darker, I have 50% concealment.
Yep.
Well, congrats! You have
Chap-
50% concealment.
Chapter 3 of the book reads, upon arriving at the planet, you'll be immediately struck by several distinct environmental characteristics. Intense warmth from the sun. The sun here emits a warmth more akin to an oppressive heating lamp than natural sunlight. This overwhelming heat envelops the entire landscape. A red-stained sky. The sky has an uneven, odd red hue, as if it had been slain. This unusual coloring adds a surreal and unsettling quality to the environment. Unusually warm rain. Should you be caught in the rain, you'll find it oddly warm, lacking the refreshing coolness typically associated with rainfall. Desolate and once living surrounding. The landscape is eerily quiet and lifeless. It's evident that plant life once thrived here. Trees stand bare, having lost their leaves, and the grass is visibly dead, a stark contrast to what must have been a vibrant ecosystem. Stale air. The air feels stale and heavy, lacking the vitality and freshness of an active biosphere. Perceptible pressure. As you move through the environment, you may feel a noticeable, almost physical pressure, a manifestation of the heavy atmosphere and the planet's troubled state. Resilience of outsiders. As an outsider, you are somewhat insulated from the negative emotional effects of the environment. However, beware, long-term exposure can lead to irritability, aggravation, and a tendency to lash out. These signs are critical indicators of a blood star, a phenomenon of grave concern. Should you encounter similar conditions in another sphere, it is imperative to abandon the job immediately. Without recourse, while your training missions have been pre-scouted, not all future assignments will be. These signs indicate the world is beyond the scope of investigation for your current skill level and should be promptly reported for re-evaluation. It is essential to recognize these signs early and act accordingly to ensure your safety and the effectiveness of your mission.
Dextrel will give a bow and he'll offer over your compass and be like, this right here is your compass. This will guide you in the direction towards the city I was told. Do you require any further assistance? By the way, Vari and Key, go ahead and add 1 inspiration to your pool because you guys have yet, or not yet. To your trackers.
Sorry.
All right.
Anything else you guys need of me before I take my adieu? And the GM gets smashed with cheese.
Not as of yet.
Well,
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Though I would ask that you tell us whatever you may find when we finally call you.
I have been remanded to go and check out a lake, very specifically, where 1, I was informed a mass murder took place, and 2, seems to lack evaporative properties. I doubt I will find anything of interest, but alas, this is my punishment more or less for not being there immediately for you guys upon calling.
Before you go, Dextral, Lost looks up at the cough, and he does his best to do the whole smile thing given his mask. I understand. You are doing your best.
Where I was informed that we're all new at this and mistakes were made, but that does not free me from having to do this. Call me if you need me. He will bow and he'll slink into the shadows to go study a lake he has 0 interest in. Leaving you guys in a dead, lightly treed area. Who took the compass, by the way?
Lost. I think?
Obviously not Shoal.
I was going to say Lost would have. I'm still trying to catch up with notes.
Do you need a
I
minute?
apologize.
We're at about the 2-hour mark, so this would be a good time to make everybody, including our lovely viewers, stand up, stretch, and get a glass of water.
Also, that would be very ironic if Lost.
What?
You cut out.
It would be very ironic if Lost had the.
Had the compass because
Yeah.
he couldn't be lost anymore. Yes, we get it. Go get water. Everybody stand up, go get water.
Yeah.
Water break, everybody, bathroom break, stand up, stretch, take care of yourselves. So says number one dad. So there.
I'm comfy and I'm not moving.
Viv, you
I
stay comfy, don't move.
apologize.
I mean, I'm gonna have to move if I ever have to roll any dice, but
I apologize. I've been struggling to keep up.
It's fine, Keith.
hi.
You're a bean.
Don't make me get up, Kai. I'll do it. And it'll embarrass you. I'm mostly gotta make sure I don't get so comfy that I pass back out.
Pokes at the Viv then.
That is an
Ow.
important thing to make sure you do not do.
All right, so Paint is teleporting into Viv's room and bouncing on him and giving him lots of face licks. Got it.
You would get immediately suplexed into my floor, regardless of how fucked that would make my back.
It's okay. He's got a high constitution.
Good thing I have a window.
Be nice to Pupper.
Viv, you're adorable. Did at least the viewers go get water? They should have water. Everybody has water, right?
I have chocolate.
I'm going to go get a fresh.
I have V8 energy.
Good enough. I have... Whatever the hell my roommate handed me here. Mango, passion fruit, and dragon fruit.
I think my big water cup over on my desk is though.
Good. Encouraging healthy habits.
I drink more water than the rest.
You don't drink more water than me.
Yeah, I might want to argue that point as well.
I actually drink mainly water throughout the day. I have like a can of soda, I have a coffee in the morning, but elsewise it's water. And then at night when I'm streaming or gaming or something, then I might have my not water here that I pretend is water, but we all know it is.
The only thing I drink is water. And occasionally like in Arizona. I drink 100 ounces per work shift plus what I drink at home.
My Irish water totally counts, Mala. We all know that my Irish water counts as water for me.
I got one of those big 100-ounce cups that I just fill up when I go into work. And I just drink out of it all day. Not having to get refills is so nice.
I need an excuse to stand at work because I stare at a computer screen all day, so I make sure that I have a small cup, so that way I actually stand and go and do other things other than sit and shrimp all day.
See, I have to be on my feet and move, so I want the exact opposite.
That does remind me, we have Rex to deal with. Really quickly.
Bodacious!
Not bodacious, in fact. Oh, let's see. What is he going to say here? Oh, yeah.
Pull up the list.
You're harshing me. You're harshing me. You're harshing me. He does not like the atmospheric pressure here.
Is it harsh in his vibe?
It's harshing his vibe, yo.
I was going to say that as well. Paint is very much uncomfortable here and staying very, very close to last. Like basically leaning against last legs at all time.
Shoal is staring up at the sky and occasionally the trees and the stars. It has personally offended him.
This place is
Back.
personally offending him. Welcome back.
I'm back as well.
Welcome back. So
Okay,
You good?
Yeah, I finally caught up. Brain
No worries.
unscrambled.
Hey.
Bear in mind, there are VODs, and you can always shorthand.
I know.
Hug's the key. So yes, you guys are standing out in this very harsh environment. Last has taken the compass.
Well, first things first, check the compass because that's the direction we need to go.
When you open up the compass, it spins a little bit, but it seems to point a certain direction. You're pretty sure that this would be the equivalent of what you know as east. When you guys follow it just a little bit, you guys follow a or find a path that it begins to lead you down. And yes, it does actually change directions to follow down the path. It sounds like you guys are just going to
Okay.
follow the compass for now, though. Correct?
Probably a good idea.
I apologize,
Hmm?
but this is a absolute and complete requirement.
Oh no?
Ra_Zim wants you to go on an adventure. Follow the adventure line tier.
No.
It's a requirement. I had to.
All right, I'm glad you all enjoyed my game. Y'all have a wonderful night. Good night.
I'm missing the joke.
It's Stanley Parable.
Stanley Parable's Adventure Line. It's great. I love it.
I mean, that's literally what we're doing right now.
You guys are following the line, yes. You guys are free to break off and explore a little bit, but I also have everything also lined up, so both can happen. But if you guys do follow the line, as you guys follow the area, you guys do indeed start to feel that little bit of pressure on top of your heads from the atmosphere and just the awkward red state of this place. Before you know it, into view comes these handmade walls around fields that look like they're dead farm fields. Many of them look like they have spikes or some sort of handmade barbed wire along them. They look so very hostile.
Shoal looks more offended.
Do you want to read this one then, Shoal?
Sure. Oh, damn it. Okay.
Paint is almost looking wilted at everything. Like he is basically like trying to shrink in on himself, trying to stay very close to last. He is not happy.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
hold on.
this one's a longer one.
And this is coming from the book.
Yep, the book's gonna give off a ding.
The Shoal will look offended at that too.
Cat Shark, offended by everything that exists here.
Yeah, basically.
But since it
Alright.
dinged, does that mean the fries are done?
Ding, fries are done, ding, fries are done, ding, fries are done, ding, fries
I
are done.
will leave the call.
Okay, I'll stop.
Alright. In this section, you're encountering a phenomenon where heavy use of magic has left a lasting impact
Oh,
on the
I
land
sent you the
itself.
wrong one. Hold on.
Oh, good job.
Oopsies.
Good job.
Sorry, let me replace it. You guys haven't
Wait.
run into that. I just put it in the wrong place. There we go. That is the correct one.
Alright. We'll try this again.
Sorry.
In this section, you'll encounter a landscape marked by obvious divisions, a key feature that speaks volumes about the social and political state of the community you are traversing. Visible barriers. As you travel, you'll notice barriers, often formidable in nature, separating farmlands and outlining their outer edges. These barriers were not mere boundaries, they are constructed to deter and harm, indicative of a deep-seated mistrust among neighbors. Signs of mistrust. The presence of such barriers is a glaring warning sign. They symbolized heightened tension and suspicion within the community. Areas characterized by this level of distrust can be unsafe for outsiders to interact with, as the fear and hostility are deeply ingrained. Caution against deceptive simplicity. These barriers, while sometimes appearing to be the work of one or two individuals and seemingly easy to overcome, should be approached with extreme caution. Their simplicity can be misleading, often hiding more complex and dangerous defensive measures. High likelihood of traps. In these environments, the use of traps is usually prevalent. These traps can range from simple snares to more intricate and potentially lethal contraptions set up to protect property and discourage intrusion. Advisory on pathways and entry. We strongly advise avoiding obvious gates and entry points into these farm plots. These are likely areas for traps and may pose significant danger. Instead, stick to established pathways and exercise vigilance at all times. These divisions are not just physical barriers, they are manifestations of a community fractured by fear and suspicion. Navigating such environments requires not only physical caution, but an understanding of the underlying social dynamics. Be alert, respect the boundaries set, and prioritize your safety in tense, unpredictable areas.
Thank you, Viv.
So there's barbed wire and barricade spikes as well, you said?
Yes, it seems it's like somebody set these up themselves. While some of these barriers, as you guys are walking along, seem like simple walls with spikes on top, other ones seem to have barbed wire-like structure where somebody weaved rope but put like nails in it or something. You occasionally even see straight up spike walls where somebody just drove spikes into the ground and made them very tall.
Probably best we not stray too far from the path at the moment.
I don't particularly like traps, so I am not leaving the path until we're out of these sort of areas.
So the book did says that following the path would likely be
Would likely
Would likely be what?
trap.
Entrances specifically to homes might be trapped.
Ah,
Obvious gates and entry points are the likely traps. The sticking to the already established pathways is generally going to be your safest option. It's
Yep.
not guaranteed, but it's probably safer.
More or less likely, if you see a giant gate on one of these walls that leads into one of the farm fields, it's probably a trap.
it's a
It's
tarp.
a tarp.
It's a tarp. Great, here we
We
go.
had literally the same malfunctioning brain cell.
If you guys wish to investigate anything, you are free to. Otherwise, you can continue down the path of Stanley's descent into whatever the hell I wrote here.
Shoal is going to gather himself up into a proper, like squinty, like I'm face of cat, and then continue down the path.
I know that face, unfortunately.
Like when they gather themselves up and make them taller, and they're just like, ugh.
Yep. The one where they have their backs slightly arched and they're not
Yes.
walking straight anymore.
Paint is sending a mental image of Rex up above them to everybody, and it feels like a questioning kind of message.
Brett
Like
will
Rex
head
flying in
to
the air.
this.
Your
And
friend is capable of scouting?
he nods. Ruff! Arr!
Buzzkill, man.
If they can see from above, that would be most helpful, Paint.
He's gonna look at Rex on his back and kind of do a gesture with his head up to the air.
Or the lulls. He will fly up. From the air, he is going to notice a handful of things that he'll convey back to you, Paint. He can see that it looks like the path, for the most part, leads forward for a while. He does see a couple of farmhouses, But just beyond that, he seems to see another area that seems to be rather barren with a couple of burnt down buildings. And then suddenly gets down, absolutely terrified, and goes, "Not groovy, man."
Paint is sharing the vision that he's getting from Rex with everybody else.
Not much, but there's nothing living here. I suppose we shouldn't be too unsettled. After all, our first trip was to
Fret
Candyland.
will
Did you
Fret will
miss the
scribble
part?
out. Yeah, Fret will scribble out. Wait, what was that last part?
Yeah, did you miss the part where he got scared out of his wits?
So there may be nothing living here that would not necessarily preclude unstruck or the undead.
Maybe, but we don't have visual confirmation yet. Still, we're going to proceed with caution, as ever. We've still got a ways to go, I'm sure.
Rex did see some walls in the distance that looked more like city walls, but he kind of got distracted by whatever he saw in the burnt down area. Sounds like you guys are proceeding?
Yes.
Yes.
The compass ends up pointing you down a path that seems to be leading directly towards a house. I'm assuming I'm passing this next read off to Razim.
Woo!
All right.
I won't describe it because I described it pretty well in here. I think. Personally. There you go, Zim.
Oh, I was expecting a link. Congratulations on discovering the first dwelling in this hostile world. However, as you proceed, exercise caution and vigilance. This section will guide you through the common features of hostile architecture you are likely to encounter in environments where distrust and defense are paramount. Barred windows. Many dwellings will have windows reinforced with bars, a clear sign of the inhabitants' desire for security and the need to prevent unwanted entry. Defensive flora. Around the perimeter, you may find thorny or poisonous plants. These natural defenses serve as a deterrent to intruders, creating a hazardous barrier around the property. Spikes and outdoor features. Look for spikes or other sharp objects on the exterior walls or surrounding the dwelling. These are intended to prevent access to certain areas, particularly those that might be vulnerable to intrusion. Roofs with hostile features. The roofs of these dwellings may be lined with spikes, hooks, or other aggressive elements. This hostile architecture is designed to discourage climbing or aerial access. Trenches and uneven ground. Be aware of trenches or deliberately uneven ground, which can serve as additional obstacles to deter or slow down potential intruders. Marked pathways with warnings. There will likely be designated paths leading to the entrance, but be prepared for various warning mechanisms. Bells, string traps that make noise, or other alert systems could be in place to warn the occupants of an approaching presence. Additional hostile elements. Other hostile architectural elements might include sliding panels concealing secret lookout points, sharp metal objects embedded in climbing surfaces, or even hidden pits covered with foliage. In such environments, every architectural feature serves a purpose, primarily focused on defense and deterrence. While these dwellings can provide valuable insights into the local culture and history, they also represent the heightened state of alert and suspicion in this world. Approach with respect for the boundaries set by the inhabitants and an understanding of the potential risks involved.
Looking at this house, you definitely see a lot of these features. You notice that most of the perimeter of the house seems to have some sort of thorny, albeit dead, vine work that seems to be growing along the sides of the building itself. The roof definitely has spikes, and you can tell that the windows are very much barred shut. You do, in fact, see that along the paths there is an unusual amount of foliage that is low to the ground. While the path itself seems to be clear and usable, you can definitely tell that they didn't really want people leaving the path too willy-nilly. There is a definite warning sign showing what looks like some sort of creature skull, while you don't know what kind of creature, very prominently put right next to what you would assume is some sort of mail delivery system. It looks like a box, except it's got a giant lock on it.
Lost is going to double check the compass.
Yep, it is pointing towards the house currently.
Now, is it pointing towards those burned buildings that Rex did not like, or away?
Not currently pointing towards those burnt buildings.
Okay, good.
It is pointing towards some normal houses. Or in this case, a normal house.
Lost is going to look to see if there's a way around the house.
These people definitely didn't want you to leave the path. You could definitely follow the path, though. You were warned that designated paths are usually safest.
Should I roll like a perception or something to see if there's just a path around the house?
Yes, please.
Hey, I didn't roll terribly. 14.
You think you see the safe route. It's not exactly well covered to go around the house if you'd like. The moment you step off the path, you do notice that the compass is actually leading you still towards the house, as if to ask you to go in.
Last shoulders just sag, and he hangs his head, sighing. Of course it wasn't going to be an easy walk.
For the record, Paint is using his basic geokinesis. He is able to, as it seems here, he is able to detect hidden features such as secret doors, traps, or hidden treasure. He does need to be able to see the area, but
It's
Yeah.
it's basically Sif.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah, that foliage on the edge of the path, it's a pit trap with spikes underneath it. If you were to step on that foliage, even by accident, you'd get a spike in the foot. The yard definitely, as far as you can see, has a couple more better hidden traps, but not as many. It seems mainly they were trying to keep people to go to the front door through this path, and you do find a sensor among the foliage as well. So if there was somebody living in there, and if things were working, they probably would have known you were coming already.
He is going to be continually using this, just keeping an eye out.
Understood?
And I'll also remind you of his passive perception thing.
Yep, I'm aware.
Yeah, that is the same thing that
Yep.
Minuet had in the previous campaign.
So, just like last campaign, I'm just not even going to bother rolling perception. And understood.
You've got
I don't
me
know.
and Fate.
You got the animals.
Yep.
You're good.
Paint's got his passive perception. He's got scent, so he knows if somebody comes in within 30 feet. You know, he's got all sorts of stuff for detecting things.
You see, I've got
He's
I've got
guard dog.
track.
Guard dog.
I can just track things really well, and I have a bat perception check.
So we got the tracker cat and we got the guard dog. Got it.
Yep. Perception, stealth, and swimming are my fight me.
Wow.
Skills.
So the question is are you guys going to actually approach the house, or are you going to try and ignore the compass till it changes?
I'm going to perception check the door to see if there's anything off about it beyond.
Yep. As you get close, actually, you find a dead body.
How
Oh.
dead?
Oh,
Sitting on the porch as if they were just standing there a moment ago, fallen over, their skin pale and not much left to them. Seems to be some sort of blue-greenish tinged human, or at least that's what they are now. Their eyes are lifeless, and they look like they're frozen nearly in time, as if they haven't changed since the moment they have died. It looks like they just fell right here.
We're continuing with this active perception.
The book does ding. I'm going to send this one to you, Key. You can read it. As far as the door is concerned... 18. The door is actually unlocked. You're pretty sure this person was about to enter it. Here you go, Key, for that ding.
Fuck.
and Fret will pull out his sitar, and isn't going to play it yet, but at least has it ready.
Understood.
Right then. As you progress through this world, a startling and unsettling aspect becomes apparent: the presence of dead bodies that, despite their apparent freshness, are nearly 500 years old. This section addresses this grim reality and hints at forthcoming explanations. Preserved yet aged corpses. Throughout your journey, you'll encounter bodies that, at first glance, seem recently deceased. However, these remains are from the cataclysmic events that occurred half a millennium ago. Their state of preservation is unnaturally perfect, with signs of weathering and drying, but without the decay expected over such a long period. Appearance of freshness. The bodies maintain a deceptive appearance of freshness. This phenomenon might be attributed to a variety of factors, including the environment, magical influences, or other yet-to-be-understood forces at play in this world. Context of the cataclysm. These corpses are remnants of the catastrophic events that led to the world's current state. They serve as a haunting reminder of the past and a testament to the magnitude of the disaster that occurred. Promise of answers. While the sight of these bodies may raise many questions, rest assured that explanations are forthcoming. The reasons behind their preserved state are intertwined with the deeper mysteries of this world, and uncovering these secrets will be a key part of your journey. Advisory on interaction. As you encounter these bodies, it's advised to proceed with respect and caution. Not only do they represent a significant part of this world's history, but they may also hold clues or pose unforeseen risks due to their unique state of preservation. This phenomenon of the eerily preserved bodies adds another layer of mystery and intrigue to your exploration. It's a vivid illustration of the powerful forces at work in this world, and understanding this particular aspect will be crucial to unraveling the deeper truths of what transpired here 500 years ago.
You got a
Loot
door
the
you can
body?
open, Viv. Loot the body?
Loot that body. Dun, 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 loot that body. Look, ever since I said perception check, that was what's been going through my head. Active perception check.
Yep, as far as you can tell, Viv, the door is
Motherfucker.
just a door. It looks like any traps that were here were unarmed or unarmed, and the door seems to be unlocked. You can just open this door.
I push the door open.
You push the door open. There's going to be another ding from the book, and as you open the door, you notice that there is... Wow, why is everything suddenly fucking... Okay, there we go. You guys lagged me with cheese. I don't know how, but you did.
It's called constipation.
Yeah, that's fair. My poor PC. You guys... Here comes the tennis balls. I'm going to be dead here in a moment. You guys witness what looks like, instead of a coat rack, a weapon rack with what looks like several small daggers and a couple of swords carefully hung where you would expect a coat rack to be. You can immediately see that this entryway leads to an immediate left turn. The book does ding. Once again, who wants to read this one?
There's a what in the entryway?
Instead of a coat rack, there's a weapon rack.
After that.
With weapons.
Oh, after the weapons, it's a couple of daggers and a couple of swords.
Okay, it was just the weapons. Sorry.
Yes. The entryway does take an immediate right turn once entering, though, so obviously not an easy space, but who wants to read the next section?
I can
I
do
guess
so.
I could. Okay.
Could you read number 7 then, Key?
Yeah.
Also, Fret's gonna play a tune.
What is that tune?
The tune of Detect Magic.
You get the slightest sense of magic in the air, but it's the kind of magic that is, I wouldn't say ambient, but what is the word for a utilitarian? Thank you, brain. You can do words.
What?
Utilitarian magic, things like light or what have you, that kind of level of magic.
Oh, okay.
Too weak to
Okay.
be anything threatening.
Or even interesting.
Yep.
I mean, I don't know, magic circuitry, man. But I don't think any of us are big casters.
Yeah, I was more particularly detect magicking weapon rack.
Nope, these are regular
The contents.
mundane weapons. Though now that you're
Okay.
close, you can tell that they're of quality of they would work.
I was gonna say, if Fret goes to try and take one of them, Lost is going to stop his reading of the guide entry and give Fret a look.
That's okay because Joel is going to take one and put it in his bag.
Gonna give Shoal a look.
It's going in the evidence bag, not his bag.
That can only hold one item. We're not taking weapons from here and putting them in the bag.
Well, if I find something better, I'll take it out.
Minor sigh. Lost turns back to the book. As you
Paint is
venture.
sniffing at the body.
Oh,
Don't lick the body.
The body smells dry yet freshly dead, as if this person was alive maybe a few minutes ago. You do not smell the normal rotten decay you do of a dead creature that has been dead for any amount of time longer than 10 minutes at all. It's almost as if there's no bacteria or mold or fungi here at all to do the rotting.
There's nothing left.
Paint's stomach is growling.
Paint.
Do not eat the body.
What Shoal said.
Fret will pull out a Wander Meal bar and offer it to Paint.
Paint is sniffing at this bar.
Please do not do not hurt Paint with not food.
It's well, Fret just kind of has this like offended look.
You know my stance on those things.
Paint is just looking between Fret, Lost, and the bar with confusion.
It's food, but Lost doesn't consider it food because it's meat.
It's food
Fret
by
just
some
sighs.
definitions of the word.
It is an edible substance.
Fret just sighs and puts it back away.
It's an edible substance with some nutritional value. Kind of like cardboard.
Lost is just going to take a trail ration out of his bag and hold it out while he holds the guidebook in one hand.
Paint is eating it from Lost's hand.
Adorable.
Good boy. As you
Fret
venture-
just crosses his arms, looks off into the distance.
I get to add a
Sorry.
point.
You get to add a point?
to his good boy bar because he doesn't have any specials to track there.
Oh,
So yeah, my second bar is the good boy points.
oh, that's adorable. As you venture inside the dwelling, you'll find that its interior is arranged with a clear emphasis on defense over comfort. The layout and furnishing reflect a lifestyle where safety and preparedness are prioritized above all else. Weapons on display. Throughout the rooms, weapons are openly displayed and readily accessible. This not only acts as a deterrent, but also ensures that the inhabitants can quickly arm themselves in case of an intrusion. Impeded room navigation. The rooms are designed to be difficult to move through swiftly. Furniture and other obstacles are strategically placed to slow down any intruders, giving the inhabitants time to react. Narrow passageways. Passageways within the dwelling are intentionally narrow or have tight turns. This design limits the movement of intruders and prevents them from easily advancing through the house. Hidden escape routes. Some rooms may have hidden doors or panels leading to escape routes, allowing the inhabitants to quickly vacate the premises in case of danger. Fortified safe rooms. There are likely one or more safe rooms, heavily fortified and stocked with supplies. These rooms are designed to be a last resort for the inhabitants to retreat to if the rest of the house is compromised. Surveillance points. Small openings or peepholes in the walls or doors allow the inhabitants to monitor different parts of the house without exposing themselves to potential threats. Trapped entrances. Some doors or hallways may be rigged with traps or alarms to alert the inhabitants of any unauthorized entry. Limited and secured windows. Windows, if any, are few and often small, reinforced or covered, minimizing vulnerabilities and providing limited lines of sight for surveillance without exposure. This emphasis on defense over comfort reveals a lot about the inhabitants' mindset and the nature of the threats they face. The house is not just a home, it is a fortress, reflecting the constant vigilance required in this hostile world. As you navigate through these spaces, be mindful of the defensive measures in place and respect the boundaries and security concerns that have shaped these dwellings. So Lost is going to put the book away again and look at the team.
You see Rex looking around the corner and you just hear, the feng shui of this house is totally bogus, dude.
That commentary aside, there is a high emphasis on respecting the boundaries in place in this world, and I would assume the same goes for any world under the auspices of a Bloodstar.
So don't fuck with shit.
Basically. Though I would encourage us to try and observe as we're sent through this grim museum. And he's going to just double check the entryway before he steps inside.
When you step inside, you see what looks like, I guess you could call it a living room. While it does have chairs, it has them in awkward places near the back of the room as if to be able to watch the entrance and the window at the same time. You notice that space from the windows is completely cleared out with a clear crossbow just sitting next to it. The tables that are placed in here seem to direct you to squeeze through a particular area to be able to get to these sitting areas or any other rooms. These people were absolutely paranoid.
Yep.
I have to wonder what happened. Lost just very carefully shuffling around things, trying to keep an eye out for any errant trip wires, pressure plates.
Paint is still
Trent will
using.
scribble out one word: war.
Yep, Paint is still using his thing. There are no immediate traps in this room or the next. The kitchen is a little bit more open, as if to be somewhat comfortable with those eating. But you notice that they have slide-in barricades that block the doors for when this occasion happens, to protect themselves. You also notice that the hood that normally covers the stove and would go to the outside seems to be filled with wire mesh, as if just jammed up there to prevent anything from sliding through, even though that is kind of improbable, or maybe even impossible to happen at this point.
Paint is looking a little more at ease, but still very much not that much. But he kind of sends along a mental image of basically more of a sense of peace and safety.
Fret is gonna take a peek in the pantry, if there is one, or like wherever there's cupboards.
When you open up the pantry, you very quickly find that everything here has been jarred or stored as if to last for a terribly long time. It's not 500 years long, but these people were ready to be locked in this house for maybe 4 or 5 years.
Lost is specifically going to look for any like peepholes or sliding panels in the walls at the moment. Not necessarily touching them, but just so he can recognize them later.
As you're looking, it doesn't seem that these are on the main floor, but when you get to the stairs, you start to see some of the more interesting signs. The stairs definitely do have a door, and when you open it, you notice very quickly that the stairs have spikes, very subtly going up. There's only certain places where you can put your feet. In the doorway, you find your first peephole. It has a little slide over it that you have to move from one side or the other and actually expose it.
I feel like I would have hated having to walk through this house.
Well, at least it does not seem that this world was of a technological level high enough to have any sort of automated defenses. So they made do with what they could.
So, Era,
Mhm.
am I to take that there's like canning jars and such
Yep, that kind
of
of stuff.
things? Okay,
Everything's either
well,
dried, jarred, or canned, or it is in some sort of preservation for long storage methods.
okay. Well, Fret will begin checking the seals on the canning, like doing the gently pressing the top down and see if it has a hermetic seal or not.
A lot of them do, yes.
Fret will take one and stow it in his bag.
Understood? Hello, cat. That is currently chewing on my foot. Thank you, cat.
Kuro has decided it is playtime.
Kuro's decided that my toe is a chew toy. He does this a lot. He doesn't want to play, he just wants to chew on my toe. And I don't understand it. Anything else you want to look for inside this house? I'm going to take that as a resounding no. You guys are done here.
Yeah. Lost does not want to go up to the second floor.
Understandable. I'm getting
Paint
Probably
cheesy.
is-
trapped.
Paint is looking around for anything that might be of interest to him.
Unless Paint really likes weaponry or furniture. I'm sure he's sniffing all the furniture.
Oh, absolutely.
Smells like old furniture.
But
But specifically
yeah,
here, no, not really.
okay.
Nothing of real interest or intrigue. These people were just too paranoid to have pets.
Probably a good thing, considering all the stuff around.
Probably. The compass is pointing outside, though, so you do get to leave the house if you want.
Hooray.
When you guys leave the house and get back to the main path, it is pointing in the direction of those burnt buildings, though.
I'd express joy that we're out of that death trap of a house. Except we're outside the death trap of a house.
Ah! Guru!
And into the death trap of the rest of the world.
Oh, that was my leg.
Are you okay?
What a...
He climbed up my leg with his claws.
Oh.
Turn it, Kuro.
Oh, that's blood. Excuse me, my cat just accidentally clawed up my leg.
Take your time.
Need a band-aid. Jesus Christ, Kuro, you gotta eat this thing.
Wow.
Gosh, at this point, Era's gonna need shin armor.
See, this is why dogs are superior to cats. A dog's not gonna, try and climb up somebody's leg like that.
No, it's just gonna hump it.
The
Probably.
shots that have been fired.
Hey Viv, how you doing?
I'm okay. A little tired.
Okay. Aw.
I think they were checking because you had no comment on my comment.
That too.
I think my brain glazed over it.
Thank you, Simple.
You got me good that time.
Yeah.
Gee, got my inner thigh.
Well, clearly
Oh.
we can now tell that toe chewing means I want up.
I guess. But normally he just lays on my foot and chews
Jesus.
on my toe, and I'm just like, oh, this is happening. No, he decided that instantly that he was going to climb up my leg. Ow. Okay.
Are you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'm fine. This isn't the first time he's done something like this, so I'm not too worried about it. He won't do that again for a while. Where did he go? Probably scared him away.
Oh,
So what was going on other than me becoming a climbing post?
That's pretty much it.
yeah. The only other
Verification
thing
that Viv was still awake happened.
Ah,
Yep.
right.
is
Yeah.
It's okay. I'll carry him around later, and he'll purr the entire time because he always purrs.
Oh,
Of course.
I can just pick him up and he'll purr.
Tiny baby.
yes.
Yes, I did rinse it out really quickly. That's why it took a while. I've got sanitation stuff on hand for whenever he scratches me up in my tattoos, anyways. So slap it on and move on.
Yep. The only thing I would mention is that Lost would make a comment about how, for his people, anti-personnel stuff was piercing for obvious reasons, which is why the spikes in the house kind of unsettled him a little bit.
As you guys get to
Well-
the area that looks like it was burnt down and the obvious signs of warfare settle in, this area was definitely had some sort of army march through at some point in time, and they decided that these barriers were in the way and started everything on fire. Can you all please roll me perception checks?
Wait, is this
Okay.
pointing us to the burning houses now?
You guys are going to be crossing by them. Yes.
Paint will be very physically trying to push Lost away from them.
20.
19.
Good.
24.
Good.
You're wanting perception, right?
Yes.
$22.
Good.
9.
So Last is the only one not noticing this because he's currently being pushed. Everybody else in the party is going to notice off in the distance that the burnt ground that seems to have some sort of heat rising from it occasionally has an almost illusion of a humanoid-like figure appear and then flicker away. As if they're something out in these areas staring back at you.
Don't like that.
Mhm.
Detect fiendish presence.
No fiendish presence.
Cox magic missile launcher, spheres haunted.
So there's scorched areas that have smoke rising from them that occasionally flicker with humanoid figures.
Not smoke, more like the residual heat of the area.
Ah,
The heat haze.
Hey Vari, you have detect magic.
Yeah, so detect magic.
Residual evocation magic. And then I get to hand you this.
Oh, this
Oh,
is the one that
boy.
was being accidentally read earlier, isn't it?
Yes.
Yep. Yeah. So
Sorry, Vari.
in this section, you're encountering a phenomena where heavy use of magic has left a lasting impact on the land itself. This kind of magical standing of the environment is typically seen in the presence of dragons or some similarly powerful magical beings. However, as you are observing here, it can also occur in situations of intense conflict where magic is used extensively. Magic-infused land. Due to the heavy use of magic, the land becomes saturated with residual magical energy. This can lead to unexpected and spontaneous magical occurrences, as the land itself almost acts as a spellcaster. Diminished destructive magic. Fortunately, in this specific area, the once destructive magics have diminished to levels that are generally considered, quote, safe. While they pose a potential threat, it's unlikely that they will be lethal. However, it is still crucial to proceed with caution. Spontaneous magical manifestations. As you traverse this land, you may witness spontaneous manifestations of residual magic. These could be remnants of spells cast during the war, or new unpredictable expressions of the land's absorbed magical energy. Danger in other lands. It is important to note that other planets or realms, lands stained by magic can be far more dangerous. They can give rise to terrifying entities such as living spells, magical energies that have gained sentience and can act independently. These living spells can be unpredictable and extremely hazardous. Proceed with caution. Whenever you encounter lands like this, it is imperative to proceed with the utmost caution. While the immediate area might display relatively benign magical phenomena, the unpredictable nature of such places means they can quickly become perilous. Keep a vigilant eye for any unusual activity, and be prepared to face challenges that might arise from the land's magical saturation. It has been 500 years since this world has met its cataclysmic end, a testament to the enduring impact of the events that transpired here. You can observe the effects of the extensive use of magic, and the consequent devastation are still palpably present in the land. The enduring influence serves as a stark reminder of the long-lasting consequences of such powerful forces. When encountering areas like this imbued with the remnants of Bioera, they should be approached with a sense of care and awareness. The historical significance and lingering energies call for a respectful and cautious exploration. Understanding the past is key to safely navigating these lands and comprehending the full scope of of their transformation over the centuries.
So yeah, you're seeing flickering vestiges of humanoid creatures out there. We know that Paint is trying to push Last through this very quickly, but you don't necessarily have to not explore this area.
Oh no, he's trying to push away from this area.
Oh, he doesn't even want to let Last in here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He is top of his head pressing against last leg away.
Paint, what's wrong? It's nothing more than mirages.
You just get a feeling of danger and fear from this area getting sent to you mentally.
Fret will give a give me gesture to Lost as if he wants something.
Dr. Volt is going to be taking a soil sample.
You take a soil sample. It looks like scorched earth, but there's that small tinge of magic.
Fret will gesture at the compass.
Paint is going to stop and sniff at the air. And he is using the he is pinpointing the exact location. Sarah.
Oh, it's already gone. It was a flicker.
He is backing away from this area. Lost, do you have you've got armor, right?
Mm-hmm. I have heavy armor.
Okay. He's biting onto your shin guard and trying to tug you away.
All right. I'm moving.
He is sending the scent that he got to Lost.
Burning?
Paint. Lost is going to look around briefly as he's being dragged away. He's trying very hard not to fall over right now.
People can roll another perception if they'd like.
Sure thing.
My perception is +0. I need to fix that. Natural 20!
Third.
Total of a 25.
Also, Lost did give Fret the compass.
24?
6.
Ooh, 6 isn't going to get it. Sounds like everybody else got it, though. So far.
Well, Fret's looking at the compass.
Yep. The compass is still pointing down the pathway that seems to be leading towards what, when you look up, you're looking at what you think are city walls in the distance. However, everybody else now notices that those flickers of vestiges of people are closer than they were before.
We should leave. Quickly.
Detect evil.
Now, let me check these things.
They might not be.
They are not evil.
Shit.
Something does not need to be evil to be malevolent.
I was about to say, detect evil, why you being so useless to me?
These are unaligned creatures. They're not fully here, though.
Fret is just going to kind of gesture to the group, like beckoningly.
Shoal is going
And
over to Fret.
is not terribly concerned.
Shoal is also unconcerned in his ability to bite things.
Paint is
How
sending Rex
confident
back
does
up.
Shoal feel about being able to bite non-corporeal things?
Oh,
It didn't stop Shoal from biting the Unraveler. So he's not gonna let that stop him now.
Paint is sending Rex back up.
Does he know Ghostbane Dirge yet? No. Does he care? Also no.
You're sending Rex back up. You're hearing, or he's going to be doing the let the bodies hit the floor, 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 let the bodies hit the floor. So he flies up. It doesn't look like whatever this burning area was went too far before it all stopped. If I was using my stage mic, I'd be tempted to actually do the scream, but I
was
don't wreck
also
my
very
voice.
tempted to do the scream, but then I was like,
No, no scream. It's late.
I don't want to ruin my vocal cords more. Doing that unprompted fucks your
Kai,
voice.
I always scrim.
I didn't say anything.
Said what? now?
Oh, well, you probably said Kai.
Yes, he
Yes.
said
Yeah.
Kai.
I thought you said Kaya.
No, I said
No.
Kai.
So
I said Kai, I always scrim.
yes. So as far as Paint can see, it's not too far of a walk through this particular burnt area. It's kind of hard for Rex to tell specifically how many flickering vestiges there are trying to be around. They're staying at a certain distance, though.
Putting one
So I believe Rex saw them a little bit before, didn't he?
Yep, that's why he freaked out. He thought he saw a person.
Okay. Does it seem like they might be increasing in number or frequency compared to before?
Not currently.
They are increasing in proximity.
We are walking closer.
Yeah, Brett's gonna just continue if unless somebody like actively tries to stop him.
Paint. It's okay. It's going to be okay. Lost only stops briefly to reach down and place a hand on Paint's head. We will be okay.
Paint will cautiously let go and take a spot in front of Lost. Though he is visibly trembling a bit.
I mean, you guys could totally fight these things if you want. All you have to do is step off the path.
Yeah, because that sounds like a brilliant plan.
Nope, we should follow the adventure line, TM.
But what if I
Yep.
want you to wander into danger, and I've been hoping that you guys would do so pretty soon? Except somebody's got trap sense right now, which is kind of ruining half the fun of letting Last walk around the house and hit a trap.
I almost did.
Yes, I know. You guys make it through this particular area, and these things get close enough to the point where they're pinging off Paint's scent, but they don't get close enough to be able to attack. It's almost as if they're waiting you for to hit their space.
Also, don't worry. At least I'll probably not get lucky like this the next time.
25% chances.
Yep. I'm okay with this. We can continue with the tutorial island here. The last of it. You guys come up to a very confusing sign at the edge of the thing, or at the edge of this road, that seems to point in several directions, including ones that don't seem to actually have a path listed to them. Somebody volunteer to read the next part.
I can do it.
I was
Okay.
gonna say I volunteer, Tyago.
No.
But
Here-
Dr. Gerhard voice.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
9.
C.
There you go.
As you approach a small town or city in this world, you'll encounter a network of pathways and defensive walls, each element meticulously designed for protection. Complex pathways leading to the town/city. The pathways leading to the town or city are deliberately complex, featuring numerous turns and twists. These winding routes serve to disorient potential invaders and make direct assaults challenging. Highly fortified and dangerous walls. The settlements are surrounded by formidable walls. I'm getting a raid.
Oh. Hello, Raiders.
Kenku! Thank you very much for that raid! Welcome in! Hello there, Likos. I'm in the middle of reading something, so give me a moment, but thank you so much for sharing your community with me, Kenku.
What's
Mods,
up,
if you could
minions?
give shoutouts, I appreciate. Also, payment is required for you guys coming in. You need to pet the paint. Anyways, where was I? The settlements are surrounded by formidable walls, designed not to just to block entry, but to actively harm or deter intruders. These walls may incorporate spikes, barbed wire, or other injurious features, indicating a high level of threat perception. Misleading signs and warnings. Along the pathways and on the walls, you may find an array of signs, some offering warnings, others seemingly providing directions. Beware, as these signs might be strategically placed to mislead, confuse, or funnel unwanted visitors into traps. Suspicious directional signage. Directional signs claiming to guide you to the city or town should be approached with suspicion. In such hostile environments, these are often traps or ruses intended to misdirect potential threats. Dependence on the provided compass. In navigating these deceptive terrains, your provided compass is indispensable. It is your most reliable guide, steering you through the misleading pathways and avoiding the dangers that may lurk in falsely marked routes. Exercise caution and alertness. The approach to these towns and cities requires utmost caution and alertness. The complex pathways and menacing walls are clear indicators of the community's focus on security and their preparedness for potential threats. The intricate design of the pathways and the formidable walls are a testament to the constant need for vigilance and defense in these settlements. As you navigate this landscape, remember that every turn and sign is a part of a carefully constructed defense mechanism designed to protect the inhabitants from the dangers of their world.
Thankfully enough, you guys have a magic compass that's going to lead you down the correct path.
Hooray for a magic compass!
Also, Fret, looking at these direction signs, decides to cast a spell.
What spell is that?
Planar orientation.
Nice. It tells you which
Truly-
way they think is north.
Truly are playing a modern game. We have a compass that tells us exactly where we need to go.
Oh, don't worry. This is the last time you get something like this from me.
Yeah.
I mean, you can just ignore the
Okay.
compass and go wander. See what kind of weird shit's around
Just
here.
like Skyrim. See that mountain? It has death traps on it.
Except we're in we're in an Oblivion Gate, pretty much.
Oh, no, we're in Fallout.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, kind of. Somewhere in
Except
between
there's
those two
no
things.
death clause, so it's an immediate downgrade.
That you think.
Yeah, that we've encountered yet.
Bet you
Suddenly
know.
we hear a roaring in the distance.
No,
I mean, if you want me to summon something right now.
Please no.
no.
Okay.
Not yet.
So that's a
Okay.
good question. You guys got some confusing stuff here, or you could just follow the compass. It seems to be leading you towards that city. It's got some big walls. Damn.
Well, compass hasn't led us astray so far. Except when it did.
Hopefully that compass doesn't decide to teach us another lesson.
Yep, so Fred's gonna follow the compass.
You guys are going to end up going down the path up to a very large set of gates that is currently open. It looks like whatever was holding this door up just gave out. Immediately
Or
you
there
can see... Go ahead.
Gates on the ground. Gates on the ground.
Yep.
Okay.
And this is the last one I'm actually going to make people read. After this, while the compass will guide you in certain directions, it's a lot more liberal about which direction it's pointing. So, hey, Taya. Let's get Gearhold's voice one last time. I will let you know when there's new entries in the book. If you explore certain things from here, it will point you in certain directions, but this is kind of the end of the this is where we want you to go section, and this is a just explore the general area section of this, if you dare.
Now that you have entered the city, you'll encounter more examples of hostile architecture. This time not limited to home defense, but extending to broader public spaces, affecting general life and targeting the homeless. Absence of public amenities. This lacks benches or other comfortable public seating, making it difficult for anyone to rest or sleep in public areas. This intentional design choice is a clear effort to discourage the presence of homeless individuals in these spaces. Hostile design of public utilities, even mundane objects like waste bins, are designed with hostile elements such as sharp edges or uncomfortable surfaces to prevent misuse or loitering. Pervasive propaganda. As you move through the city, you'll notice an abundance of propaganda. The content of these messages is often racist, hateful, or incendiary. We recommend not translating or engaging with this propaganda, as it is designed to incite and manipulate public opinion. Leading depictions of leadership. Among the propaganda, you may find numerous glorified depictions of these leadership. These representations are typically exaggerated and over-idealized, serving to bolster the leadership's image and suppress any dissent. Impact on social dynamics. This environment, shaped by hostile architecture and propaganda, significantly impacts the social dynamics of the city, creates an unwelcoming, controlled atmosphere where the focus is on maintaining order and discouraging any form of dissent or nonconformity. Advanced caution in public spaces. Navigate these spaces, be mindful of the underlying intent of these designs and messages. They are reflective of the city's social and political climate. In understanding this context, is critical for safety and informed navigation through the area. This hostile architecture, coupled with pervasive propaganda, paints a picture of a society deeply concerned with control and image. It is a landscape where public spaces are not meant to be inclusive or comfortable, but rather tools for social engineering and control. As you explore this environment, stay aware of these aspects and the implications of the city's inhabitants and your own safety.
As you guys pass by the gates, you could tell that there are definitely shops that are here, but they are very, very well guarded. You can see what seems to be some sort of guard shacks every other block or so, insinuating that there is indeed, or was indeed, a high level of guard presence. Unfortunately, you do see several dead along the streets, as if they just dropped dead where they were standing a moment ago. Looking around, you definitely do see the propaganda posters, littering almost any unoccupied wall space, to a degree where it's almost as bad as graffiti.
So we're in the movie Equilibrium.
Yes.
Oh my god, you're right.
Which one is that? Is that the one where they're not allowed to show emotions?
Yes.
That is correct. It's a great movie.
So Lost's reaction to seeing this is dumbfounded confusion. He looks positively baffled by the way that this is set up.
When the compass is now checked, it shows a loose direction, but does not have the stern direction that it previously did.
Oh, it does the hunting back and forth kind of.
It does the waggle. Like
Yeah.
it's saying,
Go that
kind of
way-ish.
go this way-ish. Yep.
I do not understand. Like Lost actually walking up to one of the walls and poking experimentally at one of the propaganda posters.
The particular one you poke seems to be a cartoonish entry of what looks like a fang-toothed barbaric human with an obviously dumb expression and some sort of weapon that looks like a crossbow but more malicious.
Was this just the glow behind his lenses narrows as he squints? Entertainment?
Fred shakes his head.
It seems like an awful lot of wasted space and resource. Tilting his head, looking over the many repeated propaganda posters.
You see one of a man that is dressed very well finely and looks more like the humanoids that you see littering the streets. He looks proud and prominent as if he's leading you in the right direction, with just the right kind of smile.
Fred will hastily scribble out. The book did say, "Don't try to understand these."
I suppose. Is this?
Fred will just like put a hand to Lost's face. Just plop a hand on his visor.
Tiny shudder noises as he blinks.
To put this in simple terms, that guy over there, you don't know him, but he's awful. You should believe me. You can see how awesome I am. Now just expands that to the size of a nation.
Lost just stares at Volt like he said something that just goes against everything he has ever believed. There is an amount of shock and absolute disbelief mixed in with that confusion.
It's a way of attempting to get people to side with you on your stances against people that they have never met, only heard of.
But that's... What? That makes no sense. You don't know them. How could you
It makes sense
possibly
if the leader of this nation wants whatever resources that other nation is atop of.
Wouldn't it be
Fred,
more efficient to barter? His head is tilted to the side.
Bartering would be a constant series of trades that need to happen. Simply conquer them and take the stuff.
Fred will scribble out. On my homeworld, there were some human supremacists, let's say. So I understand the concept of this, kind of.
Lost reads what Fret wrote out and then looks at Fret, and you can just tell that he's horrified.
Also, if anyone is expecting any references to Funny Mustache Man and the Windmill of Peace, no, those aren't going to happen.
Nope, not here.
No.
He is German. He is not a Nazi.
Remind me to share more about my people with all of you.
Oh, by all means, it is a horrible thing. Just something that is not terribly uncommon when dealing with in and out group dynamics.
Brett nods.
Last feels this sort of knot inside his chest that's like anxiety, but it's not. And he just casts a brief glance back at that wall of propaganda before just forcing himself to look away.
Fret will do the beckoning gesture.
Paint is pressing himself against Lost leg.
Yes.
Therapy doggo go.
Let's move on.
Fret nods.
And here I thought I was supposed to be the leader.
Fret will reference the compass.
Yep, it seems to be pointing deeper in the city, or at least in that general direction.
All right. That's the way we're heading then.
As you guys continue on, you pass by several shops. The alleyways seem to have either some form of gates or spikes in the ground or something to deter people from just hanging out back there. There is a distinct lack of benches. I need a percentage from somebody in the party to see what kind of stuff we run up across first in this situation.
Well, it's a 50-something percent. It's 50%.
50% is before you get there. You don't see that. You don't see that yet. You come across one shop that looks like it failed to meet its own security requisites. You notice that the glass window that was its entranceway or its viewing window, despite the bars, the glass is completely shattered out into the street.
If it's shattered outwards, that would imply something entirely different.
Yeah.
The bars are intact. The glass is definitely shattered outwards.
There's more than one bar on the street?
No, as in the
bars,
bars
as
on
in
the
the
windows.
Oh.
Well, of course there are multiple bars here. Era's running the campaign.
Boy.
Oh no, remember, this is a dystopic society, therefore there are no bars.
I don't know how offended I should feel right now. I see how it is.
Hey, you're the one that's got the Twitch name of Drunk Dragon.
Yes, I know. I know. Doesn't mean I'm any less hurt. I'm kidding, I don't give a shit. It sounds like you guys are not investigating this, though.
Oh, I was going to say,
yeah.
Lost was going to move up to one of the barred windows and look inside.
When you look inside, it has that distinct blackened cover over everything that looks like it was definitely an explosion. There is a pristine case inside of here.
Oh. Now, what is this?
Paint is using dancing lights inside the building.
as the lights move around on the inside of the building and you guys can see a little bit more clearly, it definitely looks like some sort of fireball or something went off. You can actually see the spot where it went off, and it was this case. You see what looks like a lock with a key sticking into it. Whoever tried to unlock this case failed to do so properly. Section 10 is now open if people would like to read it. You can now ignore it, though.
Well, I suppose Fred will read it.
All right.
And also cast Detect Magic. Oh, yeah, if you want to do it, then Kai, that's fine.
Yeah. As you step into a shop in this highly fortified city, you'll immediately notice the excessive and sometimes redundant security measures implemented by the shopkeepers. These precautions, while fitting within this setting, illustrate the lengths to which the locals go to protect their merchandise and earnings. Magical alarms. Upon entry, you might trigger a silent magical alarm, visible only to the shopkeeper. This spell alerts them to every customer's arrival without causing any overt disturbance. Runes of protection. Various runes are etched into the walls, floors, and even the merchandise. These magical symbols serve multiple purposes, from deterring theft to protecting the goods from damage or tampering. Illusionary guards. Some shops employ illusions to create the appearance of armed guards or fearsome creatures, intimidating potential thieves with their menacing presence. Locked display cases. Items of value are kept in locked display cases, which can only be opened by the shopkeeper. Some of these cases are enchanted to be unbreakable, or to set off alarms if tampered with. Counter curses. In case of attempted theft, certain items may be cursed to either mark the thief or render the stolen goods useless or dangerous until properly purchased and the curse lifted by the shopkeeper. Secret compartments. Shopkeepers often have hidden compartments under counters or in back rooms where they store more valuable or sensitive items, keeping them out of sight and reach. Magically reinforced safes. Money and exceptionally valuable items are stored in safes reinforced with powerful magic, making them nearly impossible to open by unauthorized individuals. Potion-based security systems. Some shops may use potion-based security, such as smoke potions that fill the shop with an obscuring mist at the sign of trouble, or stink potions that release an unbearable odor when a secured area is breached. It is evident that shopkeepers in this world have gone to extraordinary lengths to secure their establishments. These measures are not just about protecting physical assets, but also about maintaining a sense of control in an environment where trust is scarce. The elaborate security setup in each shop is a clear indication of the constant threat of theft and the high value placed on security in this society. As a visitor, it's important to respect these measures and understand the context in which they have been implemented.
Yep. And as far as your detect magic, there is something magical inside that case. Sorry.
Okay. But no other significant magic.
Nothing specific. It seems that whoever owned this shop really liked to use the fireball as a security measure.
Is it evocation magic that's in the case?
No, I actually got... No, it might be evocation. Let me look at this thing here.
Sorry, I had to ask because then it might just be an explosive.
I always forget what school of magic. You know, it'd help if I hit the right buttons.
So does anyone have Mage Hand?
It is enchantment.
Oh.
Okay, so is
Pink
there an
has
easy...
Mage Hand.
Oh. Is there an easy way to get into the shop, though?
Yes, the front
Or is
door.
it all closed? Okay.
Alternatively, Pate might be able to shift the stone wall, if that's what it is. You know, make us a new doorway.
Fred's gonna just try entering the shop.
Dr. Volt is going to hold Fred back, because what we were told about going in the front door here is
Uh-huh. Okay,
check
well,
for trap.
Fred will be stopped.
Fred is stopped.
Check for trap first.
Caution in all things here. We have to assume everything is trapped until we can confirm it isn't.
Right. Well, checking for traps then.
Roll thy perception.
That is
Pink
a
does.
15.
Yep, I know
Okay.
Paint has this thing on. You
Okay.
guys are currently outside, though. Yeah, there's a bell. So when you open the door, the bell's gonna dingle.
Okay. Well, Fred's gonna open the door then.
When you go to open the door just kind of falls in and hits the ground, like in a movie. The dust falls. The bell dingles a little bit. It doesn't sound exactly great. It looks like it's a half bell now. Slightly dented in on one side. Paint, you can tell that case, now that you've got direct line of sight through the doorway, is definitely trapped. Mechanically.
He is sending an alert kind of image. This one is consisting of what looks like an almost more monstrous bear trap collapsed around his leg as an image. It's pretty clear that he makes it far more terrifying than it actually is, but
Fred just kind of blinks and then nods. And then goes to examine the case.
You can see the remnants of what looks like other shelves and other items along the floor now that you're in here. The damage is extensive. Go ahead and roll your perception to find the trap specifically. Man, this is going to be a bunch of traps, but apparently I've just got trap finding doggo today.
That did a weird thing, but yeah, so that's a 9.
You cannot tell exactly what kind of trap is on here.
I really got lucky with this roll today for the element I'm associated with.
Man, I was looking forward to hurting you all, but no.
Doctor?
I guess the good doctor will attempt to discern the trap.
Sure.
That is a 17 on perception.
You can definitely tell that there's a wire attached to the box that goes into the base somehow. I'm assuming you do not have trap finding, though.
No.
Exactly how it works, you're not entirely sure. But you have, after messing around with it a little bit, found that, yeah, there's a wire.
Not what Lost was going to ask, but that's appreciated. Doctor, do you have your healing machine on you today?
No, it is currently a magic missile.
Not useful for this. Has the doctor pointed out the wire?
What? Yes.
Shoal, can I have the dagger you took?
She'll
Fred,
bring out the dagger.
Fred holds up his hand. Is kind of the wait. Fred pulls out his traveler's any tool and twists it around a couple times and turns it into some cutting pliers. And holds them out.
Oh, excellent. Though, I have no experience in this. Kind of.
Fret just immediately begins exiting the shop.
I mean, the good doctor should be.
Should be what?
What? Why does it? Oh, right, because
You are
yeah,
cutting in and
the
out.
armor check penalty.
Yeah,
The doctor does have disable device.
Oh, well, yeah. Of course Dr. Volt would have disabled device. I'm a fool.
I was sitting here like, I bet Dr. Volt has disabled device. Let's see if Lost hurts himself.
He was about to? But Lost should also know his team a little better than that. Do any of us have any experience disarming devices?
Fret from the distance shakes his head no.
Shoal doesn't dignify that with a response.
If I hadn't, that would be the way to create some sort of knife-wielding tentacle with no way to turn it off.
The knowledge
That-
that everybody now has is that Dr. Volt has indeed created a knife-wielding tentacle and had to dismantle it.
That
Is everyone aware of the meme I'm referring to, at least?
Yes.
Yes!
yes, that sounds like a story for another day.
Regardless, yes, I am. I would not necessarily say expert at disarming devices that I have not created, but well, anything that I did not create should be simple.
Lost is going to hand over the Traveler's Any tool in wire cutter form.
Okay, I will be using a nanite surge.
Yep. Roll thy disable device.
Okay, so are there... How many wires are there?
Just one.
That
Okay.
I've rolled a total of a 14.
I was going to launch into a whole joke about, keep talking and nobody explodes, but I guess there's just one.
Not this time. We'll deal with the keep talking and nobody explodes joke later on in the campaign. I may or may not have made several traps based off of that.
As long as we don't need to
Awesome.
defuse the Centurion.
Unfortunately for Dr. Gearfold, he goes to cut the wire and he thought he had to hold the wire from sinking further in, but it slips out of the wire cutters at the last moment and you hear the distinct sound of breaking glass. And I need everybody that is still within the building to go ahead and roll a fortitude save as a very noxious gas comes through.
Oh,
Again with
boy.
the 14.
Oof. Pass, but oof. Nice.
Hey, Fret got the fuck out.
Yep, and I know Shoal never went in.
Paint... I never specified Paint went in.
Nope.
But then again, Lost went in, and Paint was staying close to Lost, so...
This
Is
gonna
Lost still in there?
That
Yeah,
is-
Lost was still in there.
Yep.
He was
Okay,
going to
then
get
you
ready
can't
to yank the doctor out of the way if there was some sort of explosion or ticking.
Never mind.
That was
even with-
almost a 4, and then it's like, 19.
I was sitting here like, ooh, Paint's gonna suck at this because he's got a negative being a scent-based creature. The gas is noxious, but you guys are not taking any levels of damage from this particular thing. This gas would have caused sickness and 1d4 health drain as a poison until save. It was a scent-based mechanic. But, alas, y'all have to ruin the one trap you finally trigger.
Is the scent still, or is the thing still going, or did it just, one burst and it's done?
It's one burst and it's done. It's technically a poison. It's supposed to create... It's basically a bear spray.
An alchemy
Okay.
thing that once it was triggered, it triggered.
Yep.
Well, just for the sake of caution, Paint is having Rex use his wings to kind of flap it all out of the shop.
Let's see. What does Rex want to say this time? Rex, where are you? Oh, yeah,
Rex is
obviously.
streaming.
Funky. Funky, funky, funky. Yeah.
Dr. Volt will be admonishing himself. Should have considered that the properties of metals from this world not be the same as those I am used to.
Just slipped right
And he
up.
will, now that the trap has been triggered, he will just snip the other end of the wire and bring the wire back for study too.
Yep, it is a very thin metal wire. It was held at very high tension. Once you open up the rest of the paneling, you quickly find that, yes, inside there was a couple of wheels, a hammer, and a glass tube that is now shattered. Simple yet effective. I'm assuming you're also opening up the display case.
Sounds plausible.
As you open up the case, you see what looks like a crystalline thing with a little hook on it, as if designed to slot or hook onto a weapon. Its label, when you actually get to read it past the smoked over glass, is the equivalent of +1 weapon crystal. +1. I swear I can speak English. I promise that it is a language that I know.
You did say +1 the first time.
Did I? I thought I said +1.
You said +1 and then +when.
Yeah.
Brain broke.
You
Look.
tried to correct yourself when you said it right.
Remember, I'm a dragon, and your human tongue is stupid. Just gonna put it out there.
English is three other languages in a trench coat.
Being followed by
Yep.
its mother yelling at it to sit up straight the entire time, but it's incapable of doing so.
No. It's three smaller languages in a trench coat trying to sneak into the adult movies.
But yes, it looks to be a +1 weapon crystal.
Lost is going to sort of cautiously lean over at a distance, like he's trying to look over the doctor's shoulder, even though he's nowhere near close enough for that. Anything good?
Well, there is a minor magical item within.
Does it appear as though there's more trap?
Well, let's go find out if it appears as if there's more traps, shall we?
Roll away. Paint is not sensing any more traps.
Okay. Yeah. He
17.
kind of forwards the safety.
Safety dog. You can safe if you want to. Yeah, you're not finding anything either, Dr. Volt.
Well, then Dr. Volt will just pick up the crystal and show it off.
Yep. It is a simple, clear crystal that has an enchantment on it. If you attach it to a weapon, it makes the weapon +1. The weapon does have to be of masterwork quality.
What quality are Paint's teeth?
Not +1 or not masterwork. There's a different.
You gotta go visit a dentist and pay them 150 gold or whatever.
You there, tooth surgeon, sharpen my teeth.
I would like an intricate design also put in with gold inlays, like a grill, but actually in my teeth. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
I I would also just like to just state, because I am constantly paranoid about things I say being taken poorly with context. Dr. Volt was not advocating for propaganda or its effects. He was merely stating the mentality of those who.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, no. But minor context for the audience. The society lost come from has absolutely nothing like this.
Because amorphous gaseous creatures.
It-
What? Yeah. There's no similar concept.
he comes from what is effectively a stage 4 society.
I mean,
Possibly 5.
the Fairly Odd Parents showed that gray blobs can still be racist against other gray blobs.
Rude.
His world had other problems, unfortunately,
Yeah.
and levels of racism didn't exactly exist in his world because of those reasons.
Also, it doesn't even have to be racism with this kind of propaganda. It can totally just be, those guys over there have a political ideology we fucking hate. Look at those darn dirty
Yep.
insert extreme political ideology.
All right, let's see here. Are you guys done in the shop, or do you want to explore further, since this one in particular seems to be...
It's a bit blown up.
bit on
Is
the
there any
side. Go ahead.
Is there any indication on what this shop might have sold?
+1 weapon crystals.
It does look like, as far as you can tell by the shattered remains of what's left in here, you would assume some sort of enchanted material. But
Is any of it still enchanted?
just the one crystal you're holding. Unfortunately, when you set off a chain reaction of fireballs inside of a shop with a bunch of magical stuff that can also explode if shattered,
Doesn't go so.
tends
Well,
not
yeah,
to
I
go
mean,
so
yeah,
well.
because-
clearly it's broken. I just wanted to know if any of it was still enchanted.
No.
Yeah. One
Because
thing
Artificer
that
has the ability to savage broken magical items.
one thing that has been established previously in other games is weapon crystals they're a little volatile.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine why.
Turns out when you try to shortcut magic, sometimes it doesn't agree with that shortcutting.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
And then you slap a explosive rune on it and mail it to somebody that you really like.
You guys have made enemies.
I know, right?
Or you can take the Ix approach and get a nice book with that crystal embedded in it. And
Oh,
that
no.
book is nothing but explosive rune.
Oh no.
Dear grid
But,
coordinates.
Your grid coordinates.
Dear town of people that I don't like that I managed to get into one place at the exact same point in time.
Yeah,
Doc.
Right.
a strongly worded letter. I appreciate.
Yes, that is a very strongly worded letter. The wording of the letter is power word kill.
So with Ix, it was much less a strongly worded letter and a firmly worded declaration of intent.
She was definitely all about declaring her intent, and her intent was fuck you.
That said, out of character, is there anyone who has a masterwork weapon besides Lost?
Does my
I think Lost is it.
why would I how would I even have a masterwork weapon?
No, those of you
Going
with,
to a dentist.
those of you with natural weapons have to get an amulet of the mighty fist, because those can be enchanted like regular weapons and pass on those enchantments, but they're a neck item. That's how that works.
That or you need to go get a manicure.
Okay.
I could just imagine Shoal sitting in a manicure chair, being all angry as people touch his nails.
See, as long as they're making his nails sharper and more, scratchy,
Oh, like
he'd be fine with it.
mithril coating them or something.
Yep.
In which case,
He'd have that. He'd be doing that imperious cat thing.
of course, Joel would.
In which case, it sounds like Last is
Last
currently
is-
getting it.
Yeah, Last was going to ask the doctor if he can have it.
Dr. Volt will pass the crystal over to Last. It is a simple enchantment anyways. I have no particular need for it. And once I am further along with my calculations, I shall be able to replicate such things with a trivial level of effort.
I appreciate it, Doctor. Last is going to step out of the shop and away from everyone before he tries to attach it to his bow.
It makes a click noise. You're fine.
Oh, good, it didn't explode.
Yet. Ha 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 ha. Fake evil laughter. Wow, I'm bad at fake evil laughing. I guess my real laugh is evil enough. Okay.
Yeah.
Sounds like you guys are ready to continue, or do you want to poke around more?
Why not continuing and then poking around more?
All right, I need somebody to roll me a percentile, please.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have need to do something, even though I don't really need to do it now. I just need to know how it will come out.
Sure.
Success!
75.
Came out pretty well.
We were
Okay.
talking about evil laughter. I had to see how Dr. Volt's psychotic mad scientist laughed.
Yes.
Yeah, so 75.
Good to know that you've got an evil one. 75. You guys run across a very interesting building as you guys are walking, and it seems that the compass begins to point at it. It looks like some sort of holy structure, except it's covered in graffiti. The outside area has some sort of tape-like material blocking the entrance. Similar to police tape, but not quite. It's almost as if they're encouraging you to go in there and commit crimes. From the outside, you can see what looks like it was a statue of some sort of holy figure, except the holy figure has been obviously beheaded. And I need to send a quick message here.
Question:
wait.
This thing advocating the doing of crime. Does it
It's
also
crime scene
recommend?
tape.
It's basically medieval style crime scene tape, telling you not to enter. Obviously,
But the other part that was advocating the doing of crimes. Was
It-
it also recommending a sexuality to have while doing said crime?
no, it doesn't say be gay, do crimes. It is the kind of barricade that was put up that is so unequivocally bad at keeping people out in contrast to everything else. It's almost an open invitation.
Lost steps closer to the taped off area.
Section 13 is now available for read.
But I would like to note that
Um,
I do like the concept. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Can I
The-
get
the-
any
the-
clarification on what it is, Sarah?
No.
The concept of crime scene tape, which is this is a scene, go do crime.
Yeah, I love that as a concept. Just this is marking an area that is a crime.
Paint's nose is pointed directly at it. His head tilted to one side. One of his ears is just kind of flopped over a little bit.
I guess Fret will read thing.
Okay.
Yep, let me get that section for you then. And poof. Uh-oh. Thanks for the follow, Mr. Max Rex. Yeah. I like that name.
Oh, okay. I for a second there didn't realize that there was a new thing. Yeah, okay. Um, Here you will be introduced to the aggressive rejection and destruction of religion in this world. Uh, Illustrating a society where not just disbelief, but active hostility towards all forms of religious practice is prevalent. Um, Widespread desecration of holy sites. As you explore, you'll encounter holy buildings like the one before you that have been vandalized and desecrated. These sites are covered in graffiti, and their statues and religious icons have been defaced and beheaded. Barbed wire and barbed wire and barricades. Uh, the entrances to these once sacred places have been frequently blocked off with barbed wire and other barricades, symbolizing a clear and violent rejection of their former significance. Evidence of extreme violence. Inside, the remnants of burnings, executions, and other forms of radical violence are evident. These acts of desecration are not merely for denying access, they represent a deep-seated animosity towards religious practices. Um, Preserved ruins as a warning. Interestingly, these buildings are often left partially intact, enough to make clear what they once were. This deliberate preservation serves as a stark warning against the practice of any religion or the worship of higher powers. Blame and distrust of religion. The destruction and state of these religious sites reflect a broader societal view where religion is not only distrusted, but blamed for past misfortunes or conflicts. This sentiment is reinforced by the government and propagated through various channels. Religion as a taboo. In this society, any inclination towards religious practice is seen as a serious transgression. The remnants of religious sites stand as a grim reminder of the consequences of such beliefs or practices. Uh, this paints a picture of a society where religious intolerance has escalated to outright aggression and destruction. The obliteration of religious symbols and places of worship, coupled with the government's promotion of these actions, showcases a world where faith is not just suppressed but actively combated. As you navigate through these ruins, they offer a silent testimony to the profound impact of ideological and religious conflict on the fabric of a society.
Can't have anyone worshiping anything other than the state.
Exactly. Why the barriers here aren't actual barriers. They're loose. Oh, you definitely shouldn't be here.
Lost is going to take note of Paint's reaction and reach down to rest a hand on their head, assuming that Rex is not perched atop it at the moment.
Rex is usually on the back.
You feel something too?
Rah.
He he sends along the mental connection that he sends along is you just get what you could only describe as a smell of confusion.
Lost removes his hand and he draws his sword and in one very easy motion cuts the tape in front of him and Paint.
If the fabric cuts apart gingerly, it looks like they were made of a similar material as band-aids.
I'm stuck on Band-Aid brand because Band-Aid stuck on me.
Wow, now I feel old.
Oh man.
Holy moly.
Man, that commercial played a lot when I was a kid. As the tape falls down, you can more evidently see that anywhere there was a holy symbol on this building, it has been horridly scratched out or attacked, covered over with layers of paint and graffiti and messages of hate and disgust, and symbols you probably should never remember, ever. The doors are cracked open, and you can tell that they have been bashed several times, almost publicly. You can see the ash piles of where a book burning probably took place. And there is not a single glass window that stands intact in this building.
Lost doesn't say anything, and he just walks solemnly through this building, looking at everything.
As Last pushes to open the doors, he sees the stains of blood. As if there was definitely an execution that happened in here. The pews and everything else that would normally be seen in places of worship or any form of seating or community have been mulched. There are no paintings on the walls, and you can tell that there was an area that was probably a hospice near the back of this grand worship area. The doors are bashed open, and you can see the remnants of glass along the ground as if they broke everything that was over there. And messages.
Paint is basically his neck is constantly pressed against the side of Lost Leg, though he does pull away to point directly at the broken glass area.
Yep.
Era.
Mm-hmm.
His he does kind of the pointer thing at the glass area, and sends that same smell of confusion to Lost.
Lost stares at the hospice area for a moment before turning to look over at the broken glass, following where Paint is pointing at.
Yep, they're the same area.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two areas.
They're the same area. You just see the broken glass in the entryway, more or less. And as you guys round the corner and look into the area, you can tell that this area was probably some form of hospice. However, it has been absolutely demolished. And I need you both to roll a perception check, please.
Oh no, my worst skill. Oh, 15.
17 plus 6, 23.
So Paint's going to see it first, and what he sees is a ethereal, small, luminescent orb pulsating with a soft life that mimics the rhythm of the heartbeat. Its light shifts in color, reflecting a diverse spectrum. It almost seems to be wispy or thread-like in nature.
How high up is this thing hovering?
It isn't hovering, it is just laying on the ground as if discarded.
What material is it made of? Glass, did you say?
No, it's ethereal, energy,
Oh, right.
almost wispy and
Oh.
thread-like.
I know what it is.
My initial thoughts are, is this what a lost soul that hasn't gone to Twilight yet looks like?
No, They would look like you. Or like
It
a
might-
person.
Lost is going to kneel down in front of this sphere, and he shifts the grip of his weapon to his other hand, then reaches out gingerly to touch the sphere.
It's small, almost the size of your palm. It's got a faint, distant warmth and a thumb to it. Almost like a heartbeat that could never be.
And what are you-
Paint is going up and sniffing closer at it,
You've never
trying to determine.
Yeah, you've never smelled anything like this before. People are allowed to make knowledge rolls.
What knowledge rolls?
Bullshit me stuff. Tell me what you
What
got.
Knowledge planes.
Okay. I know that we got
Knowledge.
Doctor Knowledge everything here.
19.
I only have knowledge planes.
All I've got is nature
Ooh.
and geography.
Nat 20, so 25 total.
Good to know.
And that is a 20 for knowledge planes.
Okay. What'd you get, Doctor?
19.
Understood. What else are we rolling?
Religion.
Understood.
That's a 14 on religion.
I do not believe I have a knowledge skill that contributes.
Okay. You guys are sitting there looking at this thing and you guys begin to discuss. Vari points out that in planar knowledge, things like this that look kind of like this usually resemble spirits, but it's in some sort of protective shell. Key's religion says that, the soul is a precious thing, but it's weird that it's in a casing like this if it was anything like a spirit. Taego is going through all sorts of trapped ideas of what could be in there. And then Paint has a small moment where he thinks of just life in general. And how in the planes, when spirits move between the ethereal and the real, that sometimes they perform a protective shell when they're coming in. And then it starts to wash over the party that this is a soul that never could be born here. An echo. An echo of a life that could not be born here but stuck here. Normally spirits and souls, when they can't be born on a planet, just get shot out into the voids and end up either somewhere else or sometimes going through the cycle again, but this one seems to have manifested.
Paint is putting it into his bag. The
Yeah,
special evidence one.
Yeah. But if it wasn't going into Paint's bag, it was going into the doctor's, and not for study.
We only have the one evidence bag, yeah?
No, you each have one.
Ah, okay.
Fretz has a jar of preserved food in it currently.
And Scholes has a dagger. Now either Paints or Dr. Volt currently has a soul echo.
Well, Paint
Paint got it
volunteered first.
And
Yeah.
Paint currently has a soul echo. And the book does not ping.
Meaning this was not something that was prepared for us.
Paint will bring it back and let the egg hatch. I don't think it's an egg, but Paint thinks it's an egg.
That's adorable. Lost, Lost is going to do something he shouldn't, and he's going to sort of wander away from the group to look around.
Fred is going to shadow Lost then.
Yep, you can tell that this place has been through some heck. They weren't nice at all. If it was graffitiable, it's been graffitied. If it was destroyable, it's been destroyed. If there was medical equipment or anything to help people, it is absolutely gone. Materials that could be burned were burnt. And anybody that was probably captured here was probably executed here as well. Holy symbols are disgraced, ripped down, broken, and destroyed as far as people can drive it to the point where you would not be able to put it back together again if you wanted to. Any statues or anything resembling whatever this god was or any of its or individuals specifically have been very obviously beheaded, sometimes left with a rope around their neck or other implements indicating that given the chance the people here would kill this god.
Lost is going to he's going to find a dark corner and sort of brace himself against a wall. He's got... Go ahead.
Paint is immediately there, getting up and leaning on Lost's chest, and giving him face licks. Or maskless licks, I guess.
He's got a hand clamped over his mask so it doesn't articulate. Oh, there is a web of misfortune befell here.
Fred actually is going to kind of pull out his sitar and just do a brief moment of performance of inspire courage.
Why did Through Fire and Flame suddenly pop in my head? Except sitar version.
Yeah. Just very briefly performing and morale boosting very, very slightly.
Emotional damage. Yay, I got something off today.
Oh, no.
Emotional damage. I fucked that up so hard.
That was actually kind of good.
It was. You should have finished it.
Damn it, I'm trying to voice act being super upset, but I can't.
Yeah, welcome to me playing Jace every time he gets smashed and somebody cracks a joke, and I have to be like, no, I'm supposed to be angry and upset right now. I can't laugh at this.
I will be. I am. We're fine. We're fine. We should move on.
Fred nods and beckons.
Paint is not getting down from Lost. He is not convinced.
That's okay.
He is staying. Thank you, Candy. They use bits to play the emotional damage line. But yeah, he still got his front paws up on Lost's chest, and he's just whining and trying to lick the mask as much as he can. doing doggo comfort stuff.
Lost gives Paint a very brief look, then kneels down just to have them down for now. I cannot shed tears as you might, but I appreciate your concern. And he'll gently rub Paint's face, specifically his thumbs over Paint's cheeks, and give his ears a rub as well. We need to keep moving now.
And Fret will consult the compass.
Yep, somebody roll me percentiles.
Zim, you want to do the honors?
Yeah, we have no idea what Zim's Doom dice are like yet.
Yes, I'm excited to see.
Yep, dark is the 10 space.
I mean, so far I've been rolling well tonight.
Yeah.
Whether that means good things for us or not, but the percentile, I don't know.
Oh, the percentile will.
Okay.
I'm okay with this. We haven't gotten that. We got that.
So 5. Yeah.
You guys come what seems to be some sort of sculpture garden. However, the first sculpture very specifically depicts what looks like one of the people of this race, donned in armor, looking tall and proud, is very much doing an act that is quite disturbing to what looks like a puny soldier that vaguely resembles some of those characters you've seen in the propaganda. To say that to go this far when killing somebody would normally be disgusting, it almost looks like a piece of honor. Section 11 has popped up in the book.
Sounds a lot like the military parades that would have happened in ancient Rome.
I can read this one.
Read away. You are free
As
to
you-
skip these readings, by the way, at this point.
Yeah, but for the audience.
Sure.
As you delve deeper into the heart of this world, you'll come across various unsettling public displays and societal characteristics that reflect the deeply ingrained culture of violence and hero worship, often at the expense of compassion and care. Statues depicting violence. Scattered throughout are statues and sculptures that vividly depict acts of violence. These are not just simple representations of historical events, but glorified portrayals of brutality, often exaggerated in their ferocity. Public works glorifying malicious heroism. Murals, reliefs, and other public artworks depict what are presented as heroic acts. However, these acts are often excessively violent and malicious, celebrating the destruction of others under the guise of heroism. Lack of medical facilities. A noticeable absence in this world is the provision of medical care. There's a distinct lack of facilities, medicines, and even basic care supplies, indicating a society that places little value on healing and rehabilitation. Further examples of glorified violence. Other elements, such as street names, inscriptions, and even children's games, reflect this glorification of violence. The narrative of might makes right is deeply woven into the fabric of everyday life. Hero worship and idolization. The society seems to idolize figures known for their destructive capabilities rather than their contributions to peace or progress. This hero worship is centered around strength and power, often disregarding the consequences of such traits. Indifference to suffering. There's an overall indifference to suffering and pain, seen not just in the lack of medical care, but also in the attitudes of people. Empathy and compassion appear to be rare qualities in this society. This world paints a picture of a culture steeped in a skewed sense of heroism, where violence is not just accepted but celebrated. The glorification of such acts and the absence of care for the well being of others speak volumes about the values and history of this society. As you navigate through this landscape, these aspects offer insight into the challenges and mentality that have shaped this world's current state. And just to double check, this is a statue?
Yes. Very vividly depicting a soldier of some form, probably some form of war hero, committing a violent act of winning. Just to stay YouTube safe to a certain degree.
That's fair.
While going through a literal apocalyptic war scene. And an obvious dictatorship-like government that I'm describing here. Surprise them, I go dark.
Oh, I'm okay with this.
I like
Yeah.
very dark sometimes. Mainly because I want you to kick these people's asses, but in this case, they're already dead, so don't worry about it.
You say that. You say that, except we'll probably have to kick their butts anyway. Doesn't matter if they're dead.
I mean, if you guys want to go all the way to the ethereal plane and find these people's souls...
Stares at the flickery things.
And yeah, just deal with the psychopomps and stuff. That'll yeah. No thanks.
Aw, you guys don't want to go and try and fight things that are way too strong for you. How sad. If you guys are done with this, or even just want to go around the garden itself of statues, obviously dedicated to different war heroes and probably acts of violence, you are free to roll your percentiles and avoid seeing anything else of such nature.
Meanwhile,
Jesus,
Dr.
Pete.
Volt is still in his scientific analytical type mind, unsure if the people caused the state of the world or the state of the world caused the state of the...
Actually, go ahead and roll me a knowledge.
Because, I mean, this is A, what would happen under a psychotic dictator, but B, it's also what would happen in a, natural resource starved world.
Yeah, go ahead and roll me a knowledge check. I want to see what you get.
23.
While you're sitting here, you remember hypothesis that you've been told about blood stars, about how they became stained with the blood based on the evil acts committed on the planet. In a particular case like this, it was probably a slow draw that got worse and worse and worse over time, to a point where the world itself became oppressive, and this is just the way that this sphere turned.
Okay, so the people caused it.
Yes. There hit
Can
a
be it.
point where everything just... the dominoes fell, and the star-stained red and aggression and anger became the norm.
Yeah. As someone in my chat kind of just said, that there's a point where it would have been, when the star changed and, everything started kind of dying out and rage became the norm, that it was like, okay, yep, we are now accelerating to the complete end game. We have passed the point of no return.
So I gather it's kind of the druidic concept of the balance is kind of a thing.
Gee, that's not something we were told is going to be an important concept in this campaign at all.
What were you about to say, by the way, Ra? Zim? Ra.
Well, Candy is apparently sending somebody to Jesus.
Oh, no.
Oh no.
I could let these things feed through Discord if you guys want, but
I'm curious of what exactly they said.
Oh, well, here,
Oh,
let me
it's-
play that soundbite again.
Oh, it's just the I will send you to Jesus.
I will send you to
thing,
Jesus.
right?
Steven, he is amazing.
Jesus can't save these people.
But otherwise, Paint is marking one of the statues.
Finally, something Paint can pee on that we're not going to complain about.
Yep.
Yes, at last.
Actually, this might be a Paint gets a pat on the head from Fred.
I think you can take up your good boy meter.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if that counted, but GM said it does, so...
Yay. Is everyone okay if I roll the Doom dice this time?
Go right ahead.
Assuming nobody wants to keep looking at this field of stuff.
Nah.
I'm sure there was a clever phrase that had to do with Gorgons, but 90.
Or wait, is that a? Yeah, it is. Okay.
Let's see, 1, 2.
Because it would be a 9 and a 10 would be the.
Yeah, it was 90.
Yeah. Okay.
So just so everyone's clear about the past campaign, Cirrus totally would have drawn a mustache on that statue.
Yep. As you guys are wandering and you guys get past this area, you find an area of devastation which looks like there was some sort of impact. A small crater that is filled with black, almost red-veined crystalline structures poking out of the ground with a almost human-sized one in the center that is obviously with its pointed end down. Lays within. There is a ping from the book, and this area feels gross. For Paint, there is the distinct smell of malice in the air. Section 15 is now open if anybody would like to read this. It is a long one.
I could go ahead and...
Hey,
do
Viv.
so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right, I'll send it to Razim. We'll make Viv do the next one.
Huh.
Make sure that Viv speaks and is awake. There you go.
You are
Zim.
now...
And then I just pass out in the middle of it.
Oh no.
You are now approaching a device known as the Spike, a powerful and devastating weapon of mass destruction. Its creation marked a dark chapter in this world's history, playing a significant role in its desolation. The Spike's capability to drain life and ravage landscapes serves as a grim reminder of the destructive potential of such weapons. Be cautioned. Artifacts of this magnitude, especially those capable of mass destruction, are strictly prohibited in Twilight. Their
At
power
that
is
exact
too great-
moment, you can see Dr. Volt's face turn to a frown.
Yeah, it's like I was having the same thoughts. Like, ooh, this would make a good souvenir. Nope.
Sorry, Dr. Volt. No Spikeinator for you.
Yeah, he was just like, ooh, doomsday weapon. Can I take it? Can I tell her that it followed me home?
There's a reason why they wrote this specifically in the book. It's for you, motherfucker.
Damn it, we should have ignored the book this time.
All right, Zim, go ahead.
Their power is too great, and the risk they pose to the balance and safety of our realm is immense. This encounter is an opportunity to understand and learn, but not to possess or wield. Function of the spike. The spike is a magical device designed to drain life force from its surroundings. Its range is extensive, and it is capable of sapping the vitality from all forms of life within its radius. The use of these spikes on this world was so extensive that it left the land barren, incapable of supporting any new life, not even at a microbial level. Physical description. The spike resembles a stone-like structure, firmly implanted into the ground. Its design is both ominous and arcane, hinting at the dark magic that powers it. The spike functions by harvesting life force and corrupting it, using this energy to potentially create more spikes, perpetuating a cycle of devastation. Current state. Currently, the spikes are believed to be inert. However, as you approach one, be extremely cautious. If you experience any sensation of tugging or pulling, indicative of life force being drawn, immediately retreat from the area. Accessing the life force. Each spike has a door that can be opened to view the collected life force. This is not an action to be taken lightly. Witnessing the concentrated essence of drained life can be a disturbing and sobering experience, serving as a tangible reminder of the destructive capabilities of these devices. Precautions and respect. While exploring near a spike, it's imperative to approach with a sense of caution and respect for the power and history it represents. These devices are not just weapons. They are the symbols of the lengths to which a society can go in its pursuit of power and control. As you encounter a spike, take a moment to fully grasp its profound impact on this world. The lifeless expanse around you stands as a direct result of the spike's use, a stark warning of the dangers of such unrestrained magical technologies. While observing, you should locate where the extracted life essence is stored within the device. Seeing this essence will offer you a deeper understanding of the spike's true power and the consequences of its misuse. This exploration is not only a crucial lesson in the responsibilities that come with great power, but also a call for careful consideration in how such power is wielded.
Wait, but it said that you shouldn't, and yet it should. What?
Yeah, it said you don't go looking at the life essence unless it's very necessary. Also, you should totally go look at the life essence.
It was meant to say, be careful when looking at the life essence, because surprise, the thing might just go off again. So go look at it. Yes.
Paint is currently staring at this thing. His hackles are raised. He is growling. He does not like this thing. And in fact, it's made of stone. And you know what element he's associated with today?
I know.
Fred will scribble out. Maybe most of us should stay back. And then looks at Volt.
There is no warning as he is just raising up a stone from nearby and launching it at this thing.
Oh.
Oh. Go ahead and roll your blast. Let's see if you accidentally set off the nuke.
Gotta bring up my sheet.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Well, there was more.
There was more? What do you mean?
Oh, there is more parts to this, but there might not be soon.
Please don't set off the nuke.
Oh, for a second there, I thought that was an at-1. Still not great. But it's going after touch AC.
It's going after an object, so it has a set hardness and a set AC, so I need to know a total to see whether or not you actually damage it or not, because if you do...
So you need damage then.
No, I need to know what you hit.
10.
Yes, simple. Yes, it is.
What was your total, Zim?
10 for attack.
Oh, good. You do not get its past its hardness. So you guys aren't going to be standing on the edge of the sphere here momentarily as the rock that you launch at it bounces off, but seems to not do any harm. Yet.
That was
Thanks.
just
How about we don't try to damage the egregiously magical weapon of mass destruction?
That was incredibly dangerous of you.
His head is lowering very far to the ground. He's laying down.
Brett kind of had kind of done the covered his head and kind of ducked, but then kind of just carefully raises back up. And then does like the beckoning gesture towards Dr. Volt and starts carefully approaching.
Paint, we can't just attack things like that. No matter how much they frighten us.
In a ways, that is what the people here did.
He is sending a mental feeling, and the feeling is just overwhelmingly wrong.
Last pinches at the bridge of his mask and sighs. I know. It's wrong. But that could have completely obliterated us. We might have survived, but there'd be nothing left of the city. You need to exercise more care. And I know I'm not exactly one to talk, considering some of the foolish things I've done.
His ears are laid very low. His tail is still, but he gives a small nod. And I've lowered the good boy points down to only 1 now.
Oh, it breaks my heart.
And yes, you're very correct. There was no save for that. It was that city's gone, and you guys are standing on the edge of the sphere. Congratulations, blowing up the city. Go ahead, Dr. Volt. Do your disable device.
Considering the potentially delicate nature, the good doctor will take a bit more care.
Is he taking a 20?
No, because that implies 19 failures.
Also?
No, he's going to be, first off, he's going to be taking off his armor.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you still have my any tool if that helps.
Does that
Yes.
contribute to the check?
+2, if I'm not mistaken.
It's more for like professions and stuff, but it's a case of you can circumvent penalties for using the wrong kind of tool.
Yep. So I guess no negative, no positive. Got it. Period.
Okay. So, yeah, so he's also going to surge.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the plus twos are for profession checks.
And
Oh.
he's going to be using the reroll.
Yes.
Oh, Jesus.
That would have been funny. Don't throw the rock at the thing. Dr. Geralt just walks up and smacks with the any tool.
Clang.
Clang. Boom.
So a total of a 24.
Yep, just as the book says, you find a little doorway. All you have to do is wedge it in there just right, like a little clamp is in there, and the door pops open. I need from you a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need a D6 and a D8, please.
Me?
Yes, from you, while section something of the book becomes available, and I just need to get that section up. Section 16 is now readable.
Saki, I got a 4 on the D6 and a 7 on the D8. It would be really weird if I got a 7 on the D6.
What you find is it is slightly transparent, but it is a dark brown, almost bluish color in what looks like some sort of, it looks like glass, but you know it's not because glass is not impact resistant. Whatever this is definitely sturdy enough to hit the ground and hard. Connected to some sort of like a tube that's coming from the spike into it. It feels gross to be near.
Is it removable?
Yes, go ahead and roll your disable device. And let me get a little icon of what color this stuff is.
23. Wait, no, 22.
So while Gerhardt's doing that, I suppose I should read section 16.
Yeah.
Now that you have come across the life force extraction within the spike, you'll uncover its significance as a vital component in its operation, revealing a substance of immense power and peril. The extracted life essence is contained within a clear, impact-resistant container designed to safely hold this potent energy. Handle it with extreme care, as its contents are both powerful and volatile. To remove the container from the spike, first ensure that the device is completely inert, then carefully disengage any locking mechanisms securing the container in place. Use steady, gentle movements to extract it, avoiding abrupt actions that could destabilize the essence. Remember, while this essence is crucial for understanding the spike's capabilities, it must be treated with the utmost respect and caution. Appearance and state. The extracted life force essence is contained in a state resembling liquid. Its appearance varies depending on its purity and level of corruption. Purity indicators. Refer to the provided chart for a visual guide on the purity of the essence. The purer the essence, the more it radiates a golden glow, signifying its untainted and concentrated life force. Conversely, a corrupted essence will appear darker, tending towards black, indicating a degradation and malign influence. Extreme caution. Do not ingest. A crucial and emphatic warning: under no circumstances should this essence be consumed. It is known by many names, including ambrosia or divine drink, but these are misnomers that belie its true nature. Ingesting this essence is extremely dangerous. The body cannot withstand its intense power. The consequence of consumption is catastrophic, leading to the undoing of both the individual and the surrounding area in a violent, explosive reaction. Handling instructions. If you must handle the essence, do so with the utmost care and respect for its potency. Use the appropriate tools and protective gear as specified in the guidelines. Remember, this is not a substance to be taken lightly. It holds the concentrated life force of countless beings. Historical context and misconceptions. Throughout history, substances like this have been mythologized and misunderstood. What might be termed ambrosia in one culture could be seen as a forbidden elixir in another. Understanding the true nature of this essence is crucial. It is not a source of divine power or immortality, but a dangerous byproduct of a weapon that has brought untold destruction. As you encounter this essence, be mindful of its history and the lives it represents. It is a potent reminder of the destructive capabilities of the spike and a testament to the need for responsible stewardship of powerful technologies and energies.
So yes, Dr. Gearhart, you manage to undo the clasp, and as you go to slowly move it out as the instructions are read out to you, a lid slides onto the vial as it pops out, leaving this dark brown, dirty looking fluid in your hand. According to the chart, its slightly translucent nature indicates that it didn't quite get enough life force to be as potent as it can be, but it is definitely on the corrupted scale and extremely close to being completely corrupted. This is probably what concentrated, or as close to concentrated evil as you will ever see in your entire existences.
I'm going to hazard
Wow.
a horrible guess that this is what they were talking about before. That thing you're not supposed to have, Gerhardt.
Quite possibly, but if not, then it is something very worthy of study. And if it is, they will simply take it.
Fret actually begins scribbling on his chalkboard, and scribbles out kind of a little silhouette of uh, a spooky robed thing with a great sword, and then a diagram of throwing a vial at it.
That would be quite the interesting experiment.
Fret nods emphatically.
For now, keep it in your evidence bag, since that will hopefully protect it from any undue
That
jostling.
was the idea. And he puts it into the evidence bag.
Yep. Understood. I did put in game or in resources a picture of the color. By the way, if you'd like to see the particular color, I cannot do transparency well on the fly, unfortunately, and I didn't pre-think to do that because I am smart SMRT. Smart DM.
But yeah, it's almost black. Almost black.
Yep.
Now we need to go deeper. We need to get the Vanta Black version.
Oh no, if you
No.
saw that, you wouldn't be able to touch it. You still have a soul.
If any of you haven't seen the color Vanta Black, it is
It's wonderful.
fuck.
If
That
I,
color is just fuck.
I would totally wear nothing but that, because that is my favorite color is black, and Vanta Black just makes me happy for some reason.
There's actually
I'm so
apparently
upset.
a blacker black that has been invented.
There is Vanta Black was
Yeah.
created by an artist who decided to copyright it and hold on to it, and the other guy tried to make a blacker black just that way he could be like, everybody can have this now.
Yeah.
I'm not.
But,
Also, there's
Go ahead.
apparently a pink that he's not allowed to use now.
But yeah, it was basically Vanta stands for vertically aligned nanotube array, I believe. And it is a black so dark that you are literally incapable of making out details in the surface that it's on.
Oh,
Yeah.
Doshi May says MIT engineers have created the blackest black coating from a carbon nanotube that is reportedly 10 times darker than Vanta Black. I would totally wear a hoodie of that. It'd be
Nice.
How
awesome
the-
to be a walking void.
How the fuck do you get something 10 times darker than that?
By redirecting the lights, that way it can't escape.
Something
And
made out of
it's a
space.
case of they're reaching points where 10 times is probably not a lot.
Okay, this is true. This is true. Because it's like 0.0. Well, no, even still, it's impressive to go from 0.0001 to 0.00001.
Yeah, leave it to scientists to outdo each other, and an artist to get involved and somehow make it both better and worse at the same time. I say as I realize I'm technically an artist. Okay, so let me
Speaking
take-
of, I still want that song from yesterday recorded.
give me a couple of weeks. I've got so many projects right now, damn it. I'm glad you liked it. All right, so if you guys want to continue to explore, you can. There are still technically 2 sections that have not appeared in the book. Section 12 and 14 have not revealed themselves. But it is up to you if you want to explore those or if you want to start considering other options at this point.
I say we keep
Huh?
exploring.
Yeah.
2 of us have boring things in our bags.
I mean, boring things
Oh.
aren't bad. Also, Last doesn't have a souvenir yet.
Actually, there's only 1 section left. I was wrong.
Also,
you guys,
Slitherite says apparently Vanta Black is toxic, so you can't wear it.
Aw, sad times.
the Shadow
I
Dragon
was
is
under the
upset.
impression that it was extremely brittle.
Porque no dos? Look,
True.
Yeah, it's probably akin to frickin' asbestos.
Look, 16-year-old me had a t-shirt that said that if they I only wear black until they make something darker. Well, they made something darker, now give me it. Do you think I'm any less edgy? No, I just grew a bigger mohawk. I became an adult and can now do it without being yelled at and having my stuff thrown away all the time.
Oh,
Asbestos, more like estworstus.
Oh,
Yeah.
It's
okay.
simple at the same time as I'm saying that, says asbestos is the bestest.
Jeez.
All right, I'm just gonna go to bed now. Passing out right here in the chair. Good night.
darn it, Viv.
All right. So the last section is that you guys are going to come to a very large departure from the rest of the city. It is a wide open space that has a fountain in the center. It has a very obvious gallows. It has what you would assume to be the glorious leader. None of the negative propaganda, but only positive towards the glorious leader, symbols of this country. The large decadent buildings look welcoming, as if you could just walk in despite the very large guard stations around every door, where the dead guards are definitely there. And Section 12 is now open.
There are dead guards near the governmental building door.
Yep. Well, obviously they want the government buildings to look welcoming, but you can't come in. Hey, Viv,
Yeah.
time to read.
No.
Please.
Bedtime.
No, please read. There's 30 minutes left. You can make it. I believe in you.
I don't believe in me. I believe in bed.
Aw.
Well, unfortunately, religion's dead in this world, so bed doesn't exist. So read.
Bed it is.
Oh, we actually lost Viv.
Aw.
Oh, really?
No.
No, he's still there. I just don't think he's actually going to read it.
I'm gonna read it. Give me a fucking moment.
Thank you, Viv. We appreciate you, Viv.
Grumpy
Here
cat is
we will
grumpy.
focus on government buildings and the broader implications of their design and purpose, reflecting the political and social atmosphere of the world. There, I read it. I'm done. Actually, leave the call then.
No.
It'd
No.
Here,
be
pass
funny.
it to me if you.
No, I got it. I'm just like,
Okay.
Viv's being a cat.
I gotta stare at it a moment because my fucking tired and my eyes are blurry,
Oh.
making me read this tiny ass fucking font.
Do you want
Well.
me to?
No, I'm gonna bitch about it the whole time I'm doing it, but I'm gonna do it.
Oh. Okay.
People give you an option out, and you don't take it, of course.
No, fuck you. I do what I want.
Copy it into a text document and make the font bigger.
That sounds like work. Extravagant government buildings. These government buildings are ostentatiously decadent, showcasing an over-the-top opulence. Their architecture is grandiose, meant to project power, authority, and the wealth of the ruling class. Pro-government propaganda. These buildings are adorned with an abundance of pro-government or leader-centric propaganda. Large banners, murals, and statues promote the ruling party or leader, often portraying them as larger-than-life figures. Intense nationalism and symbolism. Symbols of nationalism are prominently displayed, including flags, emblems, and insignia. These symbols are designed to evoke a strong sense of national pride and unity, reinforcing the government's narrative. Encouragement of extreme violence. Throughout these areas, there are messages and imagery that encourage acts of extreme violence, often justified as patriotic or necessary for the protection of the state. Us versus them ideology. The propaganda and symbolism heavily promote an us versus them mentality, creating a clear divide between those who are with the government and those who are against it. Public execution structures. A disturbing feature is the presence of permanent structures for public executions, often located in central, visible areas. These structures serve as a grim reminder of the government's power and its approach to dissent. Prisons displaying arrested individuals. Nearby, there might be prisons or holding cells where those arrested are displayed in humiliating ways. This public shaming is a tactic to deter dissent and showcase the consequences of opposing the government. Dissent as a grave mistake. Mistake. In such a society, to dissent or oppose the government is a dangerous endeavor. The omnipresent propaganda, coupled with the visible means of punishment, serve as a constant reminder of the risks associated with challenging the status quo. In summary, the government buildings and surrounding areas in this world are a clear reflection of a society under a dictatorship or oppressively authoritarian regime. The emphasis on extravagant propaganda, symbols of power combined with the glorification of violence, visible means of punishment, reveal a government that rules through fear, manipulation, and an iron fist. This setting provides a stark backdrop against which the narrative of your journey unfolds, highlighting the challenges and dangers of navigating such a politically charged environment.
All right, and then Keith.
A, congratulations on properly using the word extravagantly.
Thank you.
B, they also, because life was so utterly miserable and devoid of anything resembling joy in a lot of the military, going out for a day to watch the public executions was considered to be a holiday.
Yes, and that is why it's in front of the government building. Very specifically, if you're going to impress your people, if you give them some form of entertainment, it should be to empower you more. So why not make it a us first them mentality? Key, can you read section 14? It is now open, and then section 17 will open, and everything else will open afterwards.
Ah. Well, this is a special section. As you stand amidst the remnants of this once thriving world, now is the time to take a moment for yourself and your group. Reflect on everything you've witnessed here. This world, with its stark reminders of a society's potential downfall, is not just a distant reality. It's a poignant example of what can occur in any civilization teetering on the brink of such a fate. Pause here and observe the signs you've come across, from the subtle to the overt. These are indicators of decline, lessons that are crucial for you to understand and recognize. Remember, while some worlds find a path to redemption, others, like this one, do not. It is a harsh truth, but an essential one to grasp. Take in the details of this place, the oppressive architecture, the propaganda-laden streets, the absence of care and community. Understand that this is a heavy burden to bear, witnessing the extent of a world's fall. But as you navigate through the universe in your role as a recaller, such experiences are invaluable. This world is just one example of the complexity and often violent nature of the universe. Not every place you visit will be as desolate, but many will have their challenges and darkness. This is your opportunity to absorb, to learn, and to prepare for the diverse realities you will encounter. So take this break to reflect. Discuss with your group what you've seen and felt. Let these observations sink in, for they are key to understanding the broader canvas of worlds you will explore. Your journey is as much about discovering the vastness of the universe as it is about understanding its depths, including the darker aspects. Remember, your experiences here, as harrowing as they may be, are vital in shaping your perspective and readiness for the varied and complex worlds you will encounter as a recaller. This pause is not just a respite, it's a crucial part of your preparation for the paths that lie ahead. Now is a crucial moment for you and your group to gather and engage in an open discussion about your readiness to continue. Take this time to honestly share how this experience has impacted you emotionally and mentally. Reflect on the stark realities you've witnessed in this world and how they resonate with you. It's important for each member of the group to express their feelings and any concerns about moving forward. This journey is not just a physical one, but also an emotional and psychological challenge that requires your collective strength and resolve. If, after this heartfelt discussion, your group decides you are ready to proceed, then it's time to take the next step. Locate the button on the provided compass, and when you are collectively prepared, press it. Be ready for what comes next, having affirmed your commitment to continue and support each other through the remainder of this profound journey. Remember, this decision is about more than just physical capability. It's about being mentally and emotionally prepared for the challenges that lie ahead.
And instead of reading 17 and the rest, the book will become completely open. Those sections are available, however. Hey, open roleplay time.
Uh, Fret will just examine the compass, looking for a button.
Well, as we are told to share our findings, I should say, that this does not strike me as too terribly uncommon, so I have never seen it escalate to a worldwide state. On smaller scales, it is far from unprecedented.
Fret just solemnly nods. Fret looks to Lost, though, with a kind of a concerned, somber look, thinking back on prior events.
I cannot say that I have seen this like before. Even the warfront does not compare. And I lived there for several decades. It is difficult for me to fathom a world like this. But fathom it I must. I'm not sure how I'm supposed to feel. But I know.
Generally speaking, disgusted is a good response.
Disgust, disdain.
Loathing.
Fret begins scribbling down something. He writes out, "My homeworld is in kind of a sorry state, but I hope it never reaches this."
I pray your homeworld never becomes something like this. For if your world can produce someone so kind as you, surely there must be hope.
Fret kind of halfway smiles, but it's kind of wavery. And then just nods.
Paint is just moving over and laying next to Lost Leg. Though he looks like he could be, he's ready to jump up at any time.
Oh, he's doing the dog wiggle, got it.
Oh, Last is just gonna sit down at the steps of the government building. So he's gonna let Paint like lay his head on his lap if he wants.
Oh, 100%.
Fret just goes and leans against Shoal.
Shoal huffs but doesn't move.
Where I come from, a scene like this would be unthinkable.
As fight happy as the many races in my world were, it was never there's never much hate. You just everyone just sort of resolved most of their differences through, beating the shit out of each other.
When violence is a term of endearment.
Oh, I mean, if you could hate, people would hate other people, especially if you gave them reason to. There's always going to be assholes, but it's part of the reason why, most of the ones in, quote unquote in charge, if they don't do a good job, they got their ass beat and thrown out.
And then there's just also the fact that in general, a lot of times, bitter hatred and resentment like this comes from what is essentially a festering wound. And in cases like Shoal's background, no, that wound gets resolved basically immediately.
Fret nods.
That wasn't in character, but whatever.
It wasn't in the Gerhard voice, therefore it wasn't in character.
Oh, right. Shit.
But yeah, there's legitimately case to be said that solving a problem through mutually accepted violence is healthy in a lot of cases.
You get the aggression out. It doesn't sit and fester and turn into hatred. You know.
That reminds me
There
of that
is
one
the
PBS quote that lives in my head rent free. Video games
Oh.
provide us a level of violence that religion doesn't give us anymore.
Concern.
Ouch.
I like that.
Pretty accurate.
Wow.
Pretty
Wow.
accurate.
There is a reason why the shonen trope is I punched him in the nose and now we're friends.
Cause it works.
So Shoal's world
Generally.
works on anime bromance logic.
I mean, you don't really become friends, but you don't like hate. I mean, obviously, you know, if someone's being a fuckhead repeatedly, they just continually get fucking thrown in the dumpster where they belong until they either,
Well-
you know, stop doing that or someone finally has enough and just goes, "Nope, you're out of here."
Well, it is also Kirby logic.
It is
And
very much Kirby
it
logic.
legitimately can happen just the straight up anime way of, you know, yeah, we beat the shit out of each other and we found out we actually have a lot in common.
But yeah, Kirby, the beaten up person, and then oh hey, we're friends now and we have cake.
Yeah, like that's another aspect. The beat the shit out of someone who's you know, being a total douche canoe and being like, okay, are you done being a dumbass? Can we go and like, you know, get a hot dog now or something?
Lobo says that many Meso or Meso, is it Meso or Meso? Or South American civilizations had ritualistic warfare, only certain ties and in designated areas. So,
Yeah.
I
And the
learned a thing.
funniest part about Shoal's thing is, hey, if that one person that's doing dumb shit actually manages to win their fight, there's a long ass fucking line after that person. They gonna get their ass beat eventually.
And Lobo wants me to Loberon wants me to clarify that as a bit the situation is a bit more nuanced, and this is a basic dumbed down version. And I decided to say it out loud because yes, YouTube's
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah.
YouTube
Anything that
dumb.
gets into interpersonal relationships is never going to be simple.
But it sounds like you guys, since we're at the end of tonight's game, are just going to move ahead and hit the button, or do you need some time? Don't you have another game right after this, Sim? That's not an answer, Sim. Use your human words.
Oh.
Sim, I need sleep.
Fine.
Have a
I
game
was
right
up
after
for more
this?
than 24 hours and then took a nap before this, so I'm going to
Why were you up for more than 24 hours?
because I had to work a morning shift.
And he said he was gonna sleep,
And
and
then
then yeah.
Well, and then I slept a lot later into the day than I had planned to, so it's like I already knew I wasn't going to get tired before I had to be at work.
So
Oh.
is
Look, I
there
made
any...
it through work without any caffeine.
Oh no. Is there anything in this area I could take as a souvenir? Because Lost has actually not grabbed anything.
I mean, you guys still have
Oh.
plenty of time to like explore, but you could easily grab one of the riddle or the propaganda posters, or this area is very
okay.
decadent.
We're just stopping for
Uh,
tonight. We're not going to stop exploring.
Yeah, you
I
don't
have
have to
a
leave.
I have a
Right.
reasonable thought. There was mention of a dissenter's prison.
Mm-hmm.
That would be a place to look.
Okay. I just need to make a mental note for Lost to talk about something from his homeworld next time.
As for the second game, I am supposed to have one, but Taldarius might be sick, so it may
Oh,
be
dear.
canceled. So yeah.
Always fun.
Yeah.
I hope Taldarius is okay.
Me too.
Tell him to stop being
Oh.
sick.
Also, tomorrow I'm doing a 24-hour stream myself.
Oh boy.
Yep.
One of these
Good
days I'll
stuff.
try that again.
Again. I'm not, well, I can stay up for 24 hours. Am I going to stream for 24 hours? I love you, viewers. I really do. But no. Just, no.
I
Not
usually
happening.
fall apart somewhere around like hour 16.
I've
Yeah.
done like 48, 72 hours not being able to sleep just naturally. It sucks. I get very aggressive, and you don't want to deal with a very tired, pissed off dragon. I'm sorry, guys.
I get very,
Rin!
it seems like I'm drunk.
Rin, you are.
Rin, go to the corner. You're rounded.
What did
Yes.
Rin do?
Rin said 24 hours is rookie numbers.
No, Rin's got good reason for that. They did a, what was it at the end? 42 hours, I think it was?
Holy
By the
crap.
time you finally stopped?
No. You need to take care of yourselves. We encourage healthy habits over here.
I mean, don't get me wrong. 24 hours is rookie numbers.
Oh.
But I can't pull. The best I can do is pull rookie numbers now. I'm not.
Okay,
I'm not living and breathing caffeine anymore.
it was 50 hours by the end of it.
Yeah, that's too much. Man.
Wow.
That's just unhealthy.
No, I've never done anything like that. I never intend to do anything like that. If I am in the process of attempting something like that, I need immediate medical attention, probably.
I've been up, the longest I've been up is for 4 days straight, and I'm not going to tell you what I was on during that time.
Look, all I'm saying, Taya, is if I find out you've been up that long, I'm gonna kick your door in and suplex you into your own bed.
Yeah, Loberon, I do know that Vox did that once.
Y'all.
Vox
Concern.
did do a 5-day stream.
Concern.
Who? Hey, chat, give me somebody to raid. I think we're closing out for the night.
That person.
Also, Zim's audience, as you can see, Viv's language of endearment is suplexes.
Just physical violence in general.
Mhm.
Don't worry,
Uh,
he's actually really cute.
I will stab you.
I know you will.
hey, Ragon stream.
I don't think he's staying. Are you in your 24-hour portion already, Ragon? We've got a lot of people I could raid.
No, Ragon.
Why,
Oh,
why-
Ragon
Not
is live.
Razim.
Ragon is live.
Yeah.
What? Rygon's not here. Why are you trying to ask him that?
I don't know. Brain broken.
Brain go brrrr.
All right.
But
Last, I think you get to flip the table tonight. Flip that table.
Oh. Okay.
I think I did the most emotional damage to last/lost.
Yup.
And quite a bit to puppers.
Last Loss is going to be the one who experiences the most emotional damage, period.
Mm-hmm.
Look at me. I have given anxiety to a suit of armor that was perfectly good.
Yes, basically. Ruined it.
yeah. I'm still going to be going even if the next game is canceled. I'm just,
And Shola's
sure if it is
basically
or
just
not.
going to go, if he doesn't like this, he's just going to put on, I disapprove of this, and it offends me face.
Oh.
And if he really doesn't like it, he's going to just start, like, biting it.
All right. Oh, did we lose somebody? Oh, we did
Yeah, we
lose
lost
somebody.
to Tygo.
Oh,
Yeah, Taya probably doing the
Outro.
outro thing.
that's fine. I'll go ahead and pop into credits, and I'll get my raid going over here. So, outro time. Yay. Why is that still not working? Where's my thank you screen? Why is it not running?
Here's my outro. Later, nerds.
There we go. It's going. All right, guys. Thank you so much for watching. I definitely appreciate y'all. Make sure to hit the like and subscribe button below if you're new to the channel over in YouTube land. If you're not over in YouTube land and you're over here in Twitch land, hit that follow button. Gonna send you all over to Rygon Plays. But yeah, thank you so much. Take care of yourselves. Drink more water. Be healthy. Y'all have a wonderful night. And I'm just gonna wait for the credits to end. And bye.